kindly introduce your staff to the members of PSC before we proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, the members of PSC. I'm honored to introduce my team. On my left is Dr. Edward Segalo, the RHO, and to his left is Mr. Charles, the regional engineer. To my right is Ms. Frida Jokeres. She's the acting regional education officer. And behind me have the enforcement officer and the accountant. Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention my PS, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Ario. And as a reminder, Chapter 108, Laws of Guyana, Legislative Body of Evidence Act, which states every person examined under this act who willfully gives false evidence shall be guilty of perjury. We take this opportunity to remind all accounting officers making an appearance before the public accounts officer to provide accurate and truthful information to the committee. And if you are not in possession of those facts, time can be allotted to you to provide the PSC in a timely manner those information that are requested. Members, we have Region number 7, Koyuni Mazuruni before us. For the year 2017, we have 18 paragraphs. And for the year 2018, we have 24 paragraphs. I put paragraphs 661 to 671 and 988 to yes, sorry, 988 to 110 for consideration.
Comrade Chairman, before we go into questioning, may I ask the accounting officer to tell us what year he began operating as accounting officer in Region number 7?
The 1st of January 2019.
Thank you. May I ask, sir, if the former REO for that region, former accounting officer, is present with us? And if not, can we have a reason?
I know the contact information for the former accounting officer was given to the ministry, also the Parliament office, the committee office here, but I don't know.
May I ask who was the person?
Mr. Roderick Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, Edinburgh.
Any attempt, sir, was made from your office with Mr. Edinburgh?
No.
So just for my clarity, and I'm sure the committee's clarity, the region of itself did not attempt to reach out to Mr. Edinburgh so that they can bring some clarification to these paragraphs.
Yes, I will attempt to do so.
No, I'm saying that none was done.
No.
So if there are paragraphs that we may not be able to get clarification from, I am assuming that your answer that you just proffered will be that you'll attempt to reach it.
Yeah.
Yes, just to reiterate, 861 to 871 and 988 to 1003.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Go ahead, sir.
861 for 2017, and it will be 988 for 2018. Has to do with employment and staff strength. So the actual is 697 in 2017, and the actual in 2018 is 712. My question is, what is the approved staff strength for this region?
Are you, did you hear the question? Mr. Siraj, do you want to repeat the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actual position filled in 2017 was 697. Position filled in 2018, 712. But this region must have a structure, staffing structure. So my question is, what's the approved strength for this region in terms of a number of employees? We're examining 2017 and 2018.
The question has been posed, Ario. Can you provide a response?
Yes, well, at the moment, I don't have the exact amount, but to ask for record.
Do you have any vacancy?
Vacancy, yes, we have.
What's the amount of vacancy you have? So can you couple what presently obtains?
Could I ask, Mr. Chairman, on paragraph 861 for Region 7, it says the staff strength is, it gives the number of positions filled and actual. Would that be a correct reflection of the staffing at 2016 of 2017 of the region? It has 697 actual, 687 filled.
That's for the year.
Is that the staff? The question is the staff strength and how many positions are for the staff.
Mr. Chair, could I lend some clarity to that?
Go ahead, AG.
Madam Tashiro, what is in the Auditor General report is filled and actual. However,
yes, I know that.
Right, so the agency will have to have what are their authorized staff strengths,
Yes.
which will differ from what is in the Auditor General's report. And I guess that is what the member is asking, the authorized staff strength.
But I remember that we were, Chair, I remember we were clarifying this word filled with authorized before, and I was guided that the AG is no longer using the word authorized, it was substitute for filled. So in 2016, the authorized staff strength is, if I may, guided by the AG, is 687. And in 2018, it will be 675. And what we're seeing in the Auditor General's report here is an indication, based on that explanation, that the region had an excess of 10 staff as for what was supposed to be there in 2017 and 2018, an excess of 37. Is that accurate, AG?
Mr. Chair, several years ago, we used to use the word authorized.
Yes.
And remember the budget we presented the year before around December. But the preparation of the budget started around July. So that's the amount filled is what they intended to fill.
What they intended to fill.
Intended to fill, yes.
Okay.
It's not outright, so they can have more. That is why sometimes you have the actual, they get 697, I mean, they get permission to employ some more staff.
Dr. Mario? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in 2017, we see that 56 additional semi-skilled operatives and unskilled were
Which
added.
paragraph, sir?
861.
860.
The table that's there showed that there were 56 more than the positions that were expected to be filled. And in the other technical and craft skill, 20 more. If, I don't know, the REO, I don't know how many of the staff REO here were there during 2017, and if you could provide the answer. So where were these people sent? How necessary or why are we 56 more than? Did we open any new places? Any new services are being offered?
No, most of these positions are persons who are transitioned from 6116 as a contracted employee to the permanent status.
Thank you, Ari. But you still ended up getting 10 extra.
You have the 10 extra.
And in the following year, you had 30. Following year, you had 37 extra.
47. Yeah.
So my question remains, what necessitated these extra employees? And I'd further ask, again, it might be unfair to you, but I'll further ask, how was the employment done? Did we go through the public service? Were they given?
Yes, they were going to the Public Service Commission.
Yeah, and where were these people employed, if I may? So if they went to the public service, I guess these positions were there. The additional positions were asked for to be filled, and after permission was given, and these persons are employed and the positions filled. Because I noticed in 2018, from an actual of 697 in 2017, the positions that you expected to fill in 2018 were 675. So there was still a deficit there.
I have in front of me a list of the 37 employees that were employed. These include community health workers, dental aid, system support officer, boat captain, boat on, office assistant, and two QM, that is very qualified master mistresses. This is looking up to 2018. Yeah.
But Ario, like I said, that for me, it doesn't explain to me. So your actual in 2017 was 697. That's inclusive of the 10 increase, total increase. The amount expected to fill, which would be based on this in the middle of 2017, your total expected to be filled in 2018 was 675. So you still have 22 employees, somehow or the other, that's falling through. You actually had 697 employees in 2017, am I right? By mid-year, you would have had 675.
2018.
Yes. but like the chairman was explaining, like AG was explaining that in the middle of the year, you start projections for the following year.
Yeah.
Right? So your 675 here would have been your projection for the total number of persons that you had employed in the middle of the year. Is that how it's done? That's what I'm trying to find.
I'm not too sure I understand that question there, but
How do we, if you could help. So in 2018, the fill that they have here is 687. How would they have come up with this 687 for 20? No, sorry. For 2018, sorry. 2018, they have 675 as a fill. How would they have come up with that figure?
That would have been basically the payroll at the time of June in 2019, 2017, 17, when we were preparing the budget. Right.
I need to clarify this because we went through this before. With your permission, Dr. Matthew, through the chair. At first, I am told that we removed the word filled and we replaced it. We removed the word authorized and we replaced it with the word filled. So my understanding at that point in time was what we have here as filled is what exists.
Yeah.
Now I'm hearing that the word filled is a projection of what they intend to fill.
When you're preparing your budget, it would have been, remember it's around July the budget started.
Yes.
So the number of staff on your payroll
At that time
would have been
is what filled represents.
Yeah.
So filled represents what you have in existence at the time of preparing your estimates.
estimate.
And the other word there used is actual. Is at the end of December what exists
We better take our payroll and compare with what you
in December.
Right.
In December of that year. Hold on. In December of that year, right, AG?
Yeah.
So from the time the budget was prepared to when you concluded and have your actual employment happened in between that period. And of course, it happened through getting the permission from Public Service Ministry and Public Service Commission. So that's how we got this this number going up or going down. That's true. Thank you. I just wanted that clarity.
Yeah, so my point, and that is what I understood all the time. My point is, at the end of 2017, taking into account even the 10 excess employees, you had 697 persons. Then going back to 675, and still by middle of the year, and then an additional 37 were added on. And all of this is supposed to be within the public service, giving permission, creating of positions and all of that.
Chairman, with your permission, if you end 2017 with 697, right? If you end at 697, but because you prepared this budget in June or July, whichever month, you were not at 697, as what it's telling us. You were actually at 675 for 2017. Am I right, Ario? When this budget, remember in the year 2017 December AG, this region had 697 staff. 2017 December. But the 2018 budget, the preparation started in June of December. So June, July. So in June, July, they basically had 675. So the difference between 697 and 675 is what was employed between the period June, July to December 2017. Correct? Is that accurate, Ario?
Yes, but in budget preparation, normally budget preparation, you prepare the budget, you propose according to the strength on the payroll strength.
No, we understand that. We understand that. But we're trying to see the difference of the number. And I think what I just said, I don't know if AG could guide us if that made sense. What I just said. AG is saying I'm correct.
For example, under 6111, you had filled 35, you had 40. So you had 5 persons who were employed, 3 were HM, 1 was a procurement officer, and another teacher
And they were employed in 2018.
in 2018.
And that's how you got that 5 extra. So it wasn't reflective in the field because it wasn't existing. They're
But when we were preparing the 2018 budget.
yeah, at the point when you were preparing. I understand.
Similarly, 6113, which had 42 people. 6130, which had 42 of the increase. Majority, some were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 community health worker at dental aid, and most of the others were either qualified or unqualified teachers.
That's the 42.
42.
So that's a summation of all that they employ for the different programs. So and this doesn't capture no one program, all five programs this region has, right? All 4 programs
In total.
So
And similarly, on the 6114, you had 3 persons who were employed. 1 was a clerk 3, an accounts clerk, and an office assistant.
So just one last thing to do with this, there are no new positions that are created. I mean, no positions that didn't exist in the public service before. Teachers, doctors, nurses, whatever. They're all there. They just added to these.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
Chair, if I may, if no other member on this paragraph, if I may crave your indulgence on para 870, 869 and 870.
Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Maintenance works. And it has to do with some overpayments here. I see in para 870 the contract for the maintenance of duplex living quarters at Mongripa Hill, Bartica was awarded to the lowest of 14 bidders in the sum of 3.293 million. The engineer's estimate was 4.200 million. As of the 31st of December 2017, amounts totaling 2.196 million were paid to the contractor. My first question is, how did we arrive at this sum, 2.196, to pay this contractor from a cost of that he did for 3.293 million? How did we arrive at this 2.196 million?
Yes, the overpayment of 2 point something were determined
No,
after
there was no overpayment of 2 point something, sir. We paid the contractor 2.196 million. How did we arrive at that sum to pay the contractor?
But the engineer at the time when they do the verification and they cover the amount.
The engineer is still in the employ of the region.
No,
May I ask who was the engineer?
Adrian Ragabir was advertised.
Adrian
Ragabir.
Ragubir. Is Mr. Adrian Ragubir still in the employ of the government system as an engineer?
I'm not aware of.
Your chief accountant is still in the employ of the region that facilitated the payment to this project. Is it the same chief accountant that you had
Yes.
Is the chief accountant here?
Yeah.
May I ask if the chief accountant was in receipt of a document to say that this sum should be paid, and when was this contract awarded?
The procedure is that all three documents have been prepared in the engineering department with all requisite signatures, and so it's go to the accounts department for the process of payment.
Yes. Now, my question is, when was this contract awarded? And the date of commencement of the project?
I don't have that information right now, but if you can forward it.
We need to know the date of commencement of this project, and when is it that the engineer, what date did the engineer send his documentation to the accounts department for them to pay the sum of 2.196 million? Secondly, this 2.196 million, was it paid in a lump sum or is it an accumulated sum?
Yes, it'll be accumulated.
How many parts that accumulated to this 2.196?
We can have that information to be forwarded. We can say it right now.
How did we arrive, if this is a project that was terminated, right? The head of budget agency explained that the contract was terminated, and the contract was terminated, and evaluation on termination will be prepared and final overpayment quantified and recovered. So the final overpayment was basically 1.541 million. That's the total that was overpaid, right? So how did we overpay if the work was terminated? You pay based on works measured. You pay based on the engineer going and measure the work and verifying the work, and then you pay. In other words, you pay after you can confirm that work was done. So how did we arrive at this 1.541 million overpayment?
The contractor was paid, but after the auditors went and checked the amount of work we paid for, they realized that some of these things weren't there, and it's terms as overpayment.
So why did we pay the contractor for work that he has not done as yet?
Well, I'm able to say that the engineer is not here.
Well, your chief accountant could at least advise if she was in receipt of a document from the engineer's department to facilitate this payment. And if so, can that be tendered to Public Accounts Committee?
Well,
But can the chief accountant verify, please?
yeah. Yes. That's very.
Is the same question will go for para 872, Comrade Chairman, that speaks to.
Can we come in before you move ahead? We're doing 217 and 218 together. So on the issue of drugs, I wanted to ask a question in relation to 2018, paragraph 993. So so how do we deal with this, Mr. Chairman?
Paragraph. What is the paragraph?
2018, paragraph 993, B, page 428.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Ario, I was concerned in reading the Auditor General report in relation to page 428, paragraph B at the top, which talks about that in relation to the drugs receipt, there were drugs that were requested that did not have a CRIV number or any other relevant information that could be used to trace items to the good receipt book or any other records. This is referred to in 2018. Can you say if this has been corrected, that any request for drugs or medical supplies have a CRIV number or other relevant information, and what is received by the region also is reconciled with the request from the region.
Yes, they will reconcile on the correction of the curve, and so all will be corrected.
This has been corrected now.
Yes, yes.
What happens when the region receives drugs that it didn't request and medical supplies? So you've had a COVID pandemic, and outside of what the region has been requesting under their budget, Ministry of Health has been providing PPEs, vaccines, other drugs that may not be in the normal request of the region. How are those accounted for? Is there a proper storekeeping and record keeping at the regional health services to ensure that we're accounting for these goods?
Yes, it's all accounted for in the pharmacy department.
Including medical supplies.
Yes,
I'm not
all,
talking about drugs, I'm talking medical supplies as well.
yes, all items received from MMU, Ministry of Health, have been recorded and issued according to the store's regulation.
Okay, so you have a double system then.
Yeah.
What you have asked for as a warrant and also what you received in addition to what you warranted.
Yes, yes, that's it.
Thank you.
Chairman, with the fullest of respect, I yielded to committee chair, but I wasn't finished with 870 going on to 870.
You have the floor, member.
Thank you, sir. The sum of money that was overpaid to this contractor has all been recovered. Chapter 870.
870? No.
What year are you? That's 2017 or 2018?
2017. How much was recovered? Any?
None.
What attempts are being made to recover?
Yes, I made many attempts to make contact with the contractor. Sometimes 2020, I made contact with him via telephone. He promised to come into the office and to start with some refunding.
Did you write him anytime?
Yes, you do. Yeah.
How many times you wrote him?
Yes, we can do refund on that project.
No, the question is how many times did you guys write?
I was just advised by the engineer at one time because we have a copy of the letter here.
Sir, I will request that the copy be tendered. May I ask the name of the engineer, of the name of the contracting firm?
There's FS Construction. FS Construction.
FS Construction?
Yeah.
And has this firm received any contract after this?
No, no.
May I ask how is it being done now in order for us to not have a reoccurrence of this kind of, I would say illegality. I'm not sure if that's too strong a word, but in terms of the engineer, can we hear how is it that it is being done now in terms of facilitating payments to contractors?
It has been done now. Verification of work, actual work done, measured works, then we prepare payments. Then we prepare payments.
But that was the system all the time.
Yeah, but
And
now,
that is what
but now we are more stringent and we enforce it.
Oh, what makes it more stringent? Because let me tell you why I'm asking that with your permission, Chair. The fact of the matter remains that for payment to these contractors, a document has to emanate from the engineer's office. So the engineer is required to pick himself up or pick herself up and go to the site and use the tape measure and measure the works completed to what point before any payment is made. And what also has to happen is the contractor, if they have not completed, would request payment. They would request via writing that they would like to have a percentage or something of the sort based on how they see they have completed the work. What we know or is being told is that the chief accountant's office received documentation saying that that was done. And that is what caused us to now verify that there is an overpayment, because the audit office would have visited this very project and recognized this overpayment. So it is really the engineer who has to meet that requirement of ensuring that he does what he ought to do and not falsify any document. Can you confirm that that is not happening?
I'm just saying, right? The engineer go and measure works and pay payment based on that. That's being done right now.
Okay, may I ask how long has this engineer been in the employ of the region?
November 2018.
Did he come as an engineer, or he was there as a clerk of work, or?
No, you go there as a regional engineer.
So his first day of working is in 2018?
November 2018 in Region 7.
In 2017?
2018.
2018.
Mm.
Are you aware? Are you aware if the engineer signs off on a contract and the contract is overpaid, the engineer can be surcharged?
Yes, we are aware of that.
Are you aware that you can also be surcharged? You are the final signatory for paying off of the contract. So not only the engineer that can be surcharged, but you yourself. So the onus is not only on the engineer to ensure that you have measured payment for measured work, but you of yourself have to ensure that that is actually done, because the buck stops at you as the accounting officer.
Yeah, that's noted.
Pardon?
So noted.
Can I ask?
Competition, I'm doing a follow-up.
Go ahead.
So in 2018 November, when this current engineer came on, he met this Mr. Adrian Ragobir, or Mr. Adrian Ragobir went off before? And when did Mr. Adrian Ragobir leave the work or was no longer in the employ?
Yes, so sometime 2018, sometime 2018 his contract wasn't renewed, but I can't remember the exact month.
No, but you see, sir, with the greatest of respect to the chair, when we come to Public Accounts Committee, we have to come prepared for these paragraphs that we have before us. And these are not indirect questions that are related to the paragraph. And one would have expected that at least preparation would have been done so as to answer the questions. And I mean, PAC is public, so it's not a case where I'm sure the region was following the trend in which PAC is going. So I don't think that is, sir, with the greatest of respect, is really an answer that I was looking for. But this current engineer, at any point in time, was he in the office with this former engineer?
No.
So was there a gap in terms of an engineer in the office, or was there no gap?
There was a gap.
How long was that gap? And these are necessary information for us to understand what took place for when I'm going to move to the 2018 Auditor General's report. How long was that gap?
Yes, we were able to see the gap because they can't remember the exact date that Adrian Ragobir.
So who was performing the functions of engineer during that period?
There's a overseer filling in during a period.
An overseer?
Yeah.
And the overseer is present here?
No, he's not present here.
So the overseer is still in the employ of the region?
Yes, he is employed.
The overseer.
Andrew Chandler.
A regional overseer.
I just want some clarity on that. The overseer that dealt with this was that engineer Andrew Chandler, or was it the overseer prior?
Andrew Chandler.
Dealt with this specific matter.
No, this specific matter
is with the engineer.
Adrian Ragobir.
Adrian Ragobir.
That was the regional engineer. Who was the overseer at that time? I'm sorry, who was the overseer at that time with Adrian Ragobir? I just want to.
Andrew Chandler.
So that region.
I just want one other clarification. I just want to confirm that that the REO is saying that no payment at all was ever recovered. No aspect of this amount was ever recouped, refunded. I just want that to be confirmed.
Yes, it's confirmed.
Okay.
So Chairman, what it does now is move us into the 2018 report, which has similar findings of overpayments. And I do hear that the current engineer assumed the duties in November of 2018, and there was an overseer that was performing the functions of engineer at that time, which means that this current engineer inherited that overseer, and the overseer is also in the employ of the region still. So can we at least, sir, I can't remember what paragraph you said we're on in the 2018, but this question I'm about to ask is related to para 997 on the maintenance work, which is the comparison to 27. Thank you, sir. We see overpayment again surfacing in para 998. Can the engineer provide us with some guidance as to why there is overpayment there?
Yes, the overpayment. The contractor were paid some money for work that was actually done, because when others went and checked, they have a list of items there that was short measured.
Can you go back that for me, please? The engineer, the contractor was paid for works done?
For it. The engineer were paid for a quantity of work here as measured. Right? But after the auditors went and do the verification, they checked that some of the measurements were overstated.
So can we ask, when was this 5.721 million paid? When was it paid? What month?
I don't have the information here.
Is it an accumulation of?
Yes, accumulation.
Can you tell me when was the last sum paid that brought it to 5.721?
No, we don't have that information, but the information can be forwarded.
Can the current engineer assist us with that answer? Because he did assume duties in November of 2018. Can we ask him to assist us with that answer?
So you don't have the answer.
Chairman, there are a series of questions that will flow And I'm not sensing that this region is prepared to answer these questions, because it is important for us to ascertain when these things happened and how it happened. And I don't believe that we can go down the road of continuing to ask questions where we will get the answer of them not having it here now.
Let us not assume that several questions have been posed and the RU has indicated that he can provide the responses. Let us make such a judgment on the other questions that are posed. If he's not in a position, then we'll make a determination going forward. Dr. Madio?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a follow-up question on 998?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Ario, what concerns me in the Auditor General's report is that there was a note here about that there was no details regarding the tendering process and award of this contract. Now, in your notes that you provided to the committee, you said that there were some tender notice, but it was under a wrong kind of description. Could you say if that's correct?
Yes.
That in fact there was a tender process, but the documents were not shown to the Auditor General's office. And could there be an explanation as to why not? Because we are required to hand over documents the Auditor General requires. So these documents are October 18, 2018, and the contractor, I think, was awarded the sum of 5.733 million. And he was paid the full amount in December 2018. So I have another question. One, the Auditor General was questioning whether this was tendered or not. You produced the documents in your notes to us. However, I have a different question. How does something get tendered, awarded in November 2018, and then the contractors paid the full amount a month later without even starting work? This is a total violation of the financial rules. You're not supposed to pay upfront 100%. Could you say if that is correct? My summation is correct on what, just looking at the timelines and the award of the amounts.
Commissioner, I heard you saying it was awarded in November. Is that accurate? Of 2018?
Let's just look. Well, my Paul.
Yes.
The notes from the region says in 998 that the tender board minutes of 18th of October 2018, and then you have as of December 2018, the amounts totaling 5.72 million was paid. So somewhere between the middle of October, 18th of October 2018 and December 31st, the full amount was paid to the contractor.
But yes, and if we're reading that accurately, we have the engineer that was functioning in the region at that time present with us. So he should be in a capacity to answer these questions, because it is him who would have had to generate those payments.
Yes.
If awarded in November of 2018, the engineer was employed in November of 2018. The payments were facilitated between the period November of 2018 to December of 2018. Then the engineer who was in the employ is present with us, and he should be able to answer these questions.
So the question wasn't put to the engineer.
What's the question?
In terms of the overpayment.
I'm asking a question, first of all, not so much about overpayment, but about breach of the financial rules. Why, within 1 month of working, the man had basically been paid full 100% of what the job was? And so how could that happen? Why would we pay a contractor within a month to 6 weeks of commencing work the entire amount of the project, which is a total violation? So my boss calling it overpayment. It is an overpayment but it's a breach of the financial rules, procurement rules.
Can we have a response to those two very important questions? Are you? Or you can redirect it to your engineer.
Oh, who is it? Jeez. Do I find the answer?
Are you?
Can I say engineer to answer?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, members. The question is specific to the maintenance of doctor's quarters, right? Let's verify.
998.
All right.
Can you speak into the mic, sir?
The final payment wasn't made 1 month after the award. The final payment was the latter part of the end of 2018. It was that was during we were trying to enter the last set of vouchers. The last payment I know for sure wasn't made after the month after the award.
That's the retention payment would have been the last payment.
Correct.
So of course we don't expect that to be done, but there were payments that were made that accumulated.
The final one wasn't made a month after either, if I recall. It wasn't made a month after.
My Paul, give me a minute. The young man, according to the records we have, the tender board of Region 7 awarded the tender on the 18th of October 2018 to this company to do the works on the maintenance of the doctor's accommodation at the RHO office. The Auditor General says, as at 31st December 2018, amounts totaling 5.721 million were paid. So we have a period of 6 weeks, October, middle of October to end December, the total amount was paid. So what it is that how did we pay when the work was not finished? And how could we pay without going through all the checks? So it is 6 weeks, whether it is December 20th or December 31st, unless you're saying the Auditor General is wrong and we did not pay as of 31st December 2018, the total amount was paid. That is, whether in 2 sections, 3 sections, the total that was paid was 5.7 million.
So the contract was awarded in the middle of October, and 1 month after the contract will receive full payment.
Are you asking me or stating it was?
Let's just clarify the periods.
Look at the Auditor General's report, 998, paragraph 998, page 2018 report. And look at the statement that was produced by your region that was circulated to PAC on the same paragraph.
The region's response. No, the procedure.
Yes, according to the document here, right? The contract was awarded in October, mid-October, right? And the final payment And it's the 1st of December. It's not 6 weeks, it could be about 10 weeks in all.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So
The time frame is still very
the
short.
project was completed.
And because of that, the contractor was overpaid.
Yes.
The point my Paul was making. So how was it this happened, that this rush to pay when the work was not concluded and the contractor got overpaid?
I'm advised here by the engineer the work was completed, but the overpayment arrived because of measurements.
No, but Comrade Teixeira, with your permission,
Yes.
Madam Teixeira don't give permission. I give you permission. You have the floor.
thank you, Comrade Chairman. If I made through the chair, the first point I want to make is that with you as REO saying that it was a period of 10 weeks, you are basing that by taking the 31st of December into account. We don't know if this payment of 5.721 was made on the 31st of December. That's the first point.
As at.
Pardon?
It says as at.
Exactly, as at. So that's when they found it out. My question is, when was the last payment? And you must have a documentation for this. When was the last payment made for us to reach this sum of 5.721? That's the first question.
Well, the last payment, I will say right now, but we can get information from our records.
Okay. Secondly, there is a period of retention. What is the duration of that period for this particular work?
Was advised by the engineer 30 days retention period.
So that's 1 month.
1 month.
So that's 4 weeks. So from this 10 weeks period, right, we really reached down to 6 weeks now, where this 5.721 was paid. Because if we take the 4 weeks into account as the retention period, we would have gone into January, correct? But this money was not paid in January. This money was paid in December, so the retention period didn't finish.
Is there a copy of this contract here with us?
Anybody from the AG office could help us out. Sir, Mr. Chairman, can we ask the AG office to help us with some guidance?
AG, can you determine the length of period for this contract?
Mr. Chair,
And the retention period, is it indeed a month?
Mr. Chair, our examination of the contract, the signed agreement, we determined that the contract was signed on the 19th of November 20.
19th of November?
Yes.
And not October, as we were told.
It was the tendering and award, we didn't see the documents pertaining to that. But I have the actual form of agreement that is dated the 19th of November.
The award.
Form of agreement. Yeah, I didn't see the award. The duration, according to the contract, was 28 days for completion from the signing of the contract, and the defects liability period was 30 days.
Good. So if 19th of November 2018 is a signing, and it got 1 month for completing, it would have been the 20th of December. Right? Or somewhere thereabout. And if the defects liability period is a month, it would have carried us to the 20th of January.
Right.
But we have 5.721 million paid in full as of December, which is the full amount because the percentage, the contract was awarded 5.733 and it was paid 5.721. The 2% withholding tax is what is the difference there, right?
Yeah, I figure.
There's a 2% withholding tax from the contract that is.
Yes.
Yes, so the 2% withholding is what caused the sum to be 5.721 that is paid. Am I correct?
Correct.
So in other words, the region processed full payment.
Correct.
And the defects liability period was not over. Additionally, they had overpayment, and all of these documents had to originate from the engineer's office. Am I correct?
Yes.
So, engineer, may I ask if the engineer is taking responsibility for this flaw, and what measure does he have in place so that it doesn't reoccur?
What measure he has? What measure the RU has?
Measure how you have.
Yes. Because you are the accounting
Yes, it's a
officer.
verification before sign off, ensure to verify if the project.
No, but what the engineer did, the engineer is right before us, and I'm going to tell you what he did. And
So let us ask him what he did. Can you provide us provide the committee with an explanation for this gross overpayment? You have the floor, honorable member.
me?
No, the engineer.
Afternoon again. The payment was made during the last month of December. So we were trying to process the payments and vouchers before the deadline. So it might have been a lapse with the.
It was a lapse. None of my.
Was a lapse, yeah, with the verification and meeting the deadline.
Chair, if I may, were you aware that that would have been a breach of your responsibility basically?
That's not a fair question.
It doesn't have to be fair. Everyone can ask whatever question he chooses. But
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the region that I hear the engineer saying they were trying to, finish the budget before the end of the year, but can I just ask a question? Were these works measured? Because I understand that from what the REO said, there was a difference when the Auditor General came in and measured the works, and that's when they realized there was an overpayment. They didn't realize that before. So can I ask then, were these works measured before the final payment was made prior to the end of 2018? Or pay and look at it later?
yes. Can the engineer provide a response? Did you measure the work before you conclude the payments?
Sir, there was at the end of the year there was a backlog of work, so I asked the staff to assist me.
So
The final
staff from the works committee,
the works department.
works department. What's the name of the staff?
Vince Hopkinson.
Pardon?
Vince Hopkinson.
I just want to. Oh my goodness.
Vince Hopkins.
Can I understand what's going on? Is the engineer saying that he asked someone else to measure the works? And was the person who measured the works an engineer?
Yes, I remember. The engineer just explained it. He asked the staff on his supervision to do the measured work.
No, but Chairman, the problem here is bigger. Chairman, the problem here is bigger. It is a case of us not, and when I say us, the regional administration not doing the correct thing in terms of financial practices. The contract was awarded on the 19th of November 2018. The duration of the contract was 1 month. 20th of December 2018 is when it was expected to be completed. The defects liability period is 1 month. So the payment, the final payment is supposed to be done on the 20th of January 2019. What is the sum of money that was the defects amount, the defects liability amount? What is the percentage or the sum? Do you know that, engineer? Through the REO, with your permission, Chair?
10% of the contract sum.
10% of the contract sum. You have to calculate 10% of it.
Can the auditor first give us the exact
amount?
The exact amount of the retention payment was $561,800.
$561,800. So all of this was paid before the period was even over. And that is the issue here. And the 2% withholding tax, that's the only amount that was withheld. Now, the contract period also, if the engineer would have had to generate a document to say that he verified it. And the engineer is supposed to send that document to the chief accountant or the accounts department for processing. And the contract also, is it that the accounting department, they don't have a verification of this contract or this scope to know that they're facilitating a payment or not facilitating a payment at the time when it's not supposed to be done? Is everything singularly rests on the engineer's department? And what the engineer's department tell the accounting department, that is what they process? Can we at least know how it works?
That's a good point.
The engineer department is the sole guardian of the document. And when they produce the document, it comes to the accounts department and they just process based on what is coming out from
the requisite personnel who.
So the accounts department, before they process what the engineer give them, they don't have a copy to show that the effects liability period will end at this particular time.
Chair.
And this.
Chair, can I lend some clarity?
That's not correct.
Go ahead, AG.
Member Naipaul, the region is supposed to maintain a contract register, and that will be will have all the various levels of payment as per contract.
So
I'm finding it strange
that the REO is giving us that answer.
No, that's correct. A contract register is maintained. All payments for contracts are recorded in that register.
And that is held by the regional accounting unit.
That's one of their mandatory registers.
So the accounts department is guided by that register.
That's correct.
In order to facilitate payment.
You know what's the gross of your payment, and then you have all the other payments coming thereafter. Right. So you know when you exhaust your final payment. So that register.
So this is really a collaboration of departments facilitating this irregularity.
Yep.
And what measure do we have? Is the same engineer we have with us who was there in 2018 that facilitated this. What measure do we have now that can convince us that it's not happening and we wouldn't see it repeating itself in the Auditor General's report?
Chair, before that, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
Ario, could you advise me if at that time you had a works committee that's headed by an RDC member, usually the chairman or vice chairman, to oversee these works and to confirm that the works has happened or not? And if you did, how come did the works committee miss this? What systems, coming back to Ms. Paul's question, what systems are in place to make sure all these tiers of oversight are working?
Yes, indeed. At that time, we had a works committee in place, and they normally go and check the final payment.
But can I also reemphasize Mrs. Chapman's point? I expect Mr. Paul that we may have encountered this in other regions and didn't realize it, that we always assume that the contract document would be held by the REO. What is coming out today is that it appears as if the engineer is the one who drives this. And in fact, Mrs. Chapman is right. They're not supposed to. The REO is the one who signs the contract, as far as I know. And therefore, the record of the contract needs to be with the personnel, with the, accounts, with the engineer and the REO to make sure it's being abided with. It cannot be the preserve of the engineer alone to be the custodian of the contract, the custodian of measurements and assessments and signatures and payments. This is a conflict of interest because you're putting in one person 3 different stages of the checks and balances.
It's
And
not
so
person. Comrade Teixeira is not put, in my view, it's not put in one person. Is the fact that it's whether it was always there. The accounting officer answered us by saying that is the system that he knows. But now we are being told that is not the system as per guidance from the AG. So the question is, does the accounting officer knows what is the correct system of practice? Because when I asked just now if the accounting unit is aware of a document that they should follow also with from whatever they receive from the engineer, the accounting officer is telling me that the system they have is whatever the engineer give them, that's what they're processing. And the AG is advising us otherwise.
No.
Perhaps you can lend some clarity to the chair.
It was saying the contract document, when it's derived from the engineering department, it goes to the accounts department for process of payment.
And the accounting department has documentation to show how they should pay and to double check really for checks and balance and to have a duration or a time period when these payments are really necessary to be done.
Yes.
So can we ask if that book is there as for the region's benefit?
Yes, the book is always there. Contract is always there.
So this is a breach then. It's a breach from the collaboration of the engineer and the accounting unit. Would you also accept that? Because if the book is there, if the engineer made the payment before the time and the book is there, it is really the engineering department and the accounting department that led to this breach.
But
do we accept it's a breach?
Yes.
So we accept it as a breach because the payment was made before it was supposed to be made.
So you're speaking about the payment, the retention payment?
The complete payment.
Complete payment.
The payment for the contract.
Yeah, but the bridge didn't start from there, remember, Mike Paul. The fact that the engineer allowed someone else to do his job and then he signed off on it as if...
And it wasn't measured either. That's how we arrive at overpayment.
Yeah, but then he signed off on somebody else doing this work.
I think,
yeah.
I think it is. I think we can't Sorry. We cannot just not address that particular matter as the PAC. A statement being made that the engineer is saying that someone else is subordinate to him, well, I would assume, or someone else in the office employed at the RDC level was actually the one preparing documentations that should have been prepared by the engineer that was responsible for going out there and checking to see what was done before the verification, before the documentation was actually put together. I
signed off
on that. I don't. That is an indictment to the highest on the engineer himself, and that statement was made by the engineer himself. So, and that SOAR is you indicting yourself for that statement. it's very serious, very, very serious.
Can I ask if the person who was asked to do the measurements was an engineer or a clerk of works, or is just a regular clerk, not a clerk of works? Just to clarify and follow up on what Ms. Fernandez is saying.
Mr. Chair is asking the person that did the work if they were asked to verify. Well, only the engineer can go into the verification, to the best of my knowledge. So I don't think anybody else could be asked to do the verification of the work. No one else. The engineer has to go and do the verification himself because the engineer is preparing a document that he has to sign.
I asked a question whether the person was an engineer or a clerk of works.
The document, I didn't understand.
Can the engineer provide the PSC with respect to information concerning the member's question? The person who delegated this responsibility to go and do the measured work for this job, was the person an engineer?
No, the person was a clerk performing the duties of a overseer.
What was the name of the individual?
Vince Hopkinson.
And did he prepare the document?
Yes, he prepared it.
And that is the document that the engineer signed off on.
Yeah.
As their election of duties. So what measure have you put in place given this revelation here, Ario?
Yes, I
prevent this
yes,
from reoccurring.
I instructed the staff, the engineering department, before any sign off of document, they have to go on the ground and do the actual measurement to ensure that the works are in keeping with the payments that they given.
And you're satisfied that measure would be enough to prevent this from reoccurring?
Yes, yes.
But can I ask Ario a follow-up question? The impression I have, which may be wrong, was that when the engineer signs off on whatever, it has to go to the REO to be approved for payment. What I'm getting here is that the engineer sends directly to the accounts department, but I was always under the impression that engineers signed, assuming they signed off after measuring, sent to the REO to okay the payment, and then the payment would be paid by the accounts clerk, the accounts department. Is that what happens, or it is not what is happening?
Yes, that's the process.
Yeah, but the engineer, the REO depends on the guidance of his technical officer.
Yeah.
And that must not run from. The REOs, they depend on guidance from their program managers. The engineer is the head of program, 4 or 3?
Program 2.
Program 2. You have your program 1, program 2, program 3, program 4. And each one has a head that is expected to provide the guidance. In this instance, the engineer is a technical person and also the head of the program that has to guide the REO. Sometimes we come down so harsh on these REOs and we don't recognize that it is their technical staff that provides the guidance to them. And it is them who really do it the wrong way. Now, I want to come back.
IAG, you have the floor.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I would like to further advise the REO based on his, I think, Member Mike Pollack, what is the system in place to avoid the reoccurrence? And he outlined that he advised the engineer to ensure that the project is checked. REO, I would further like to advise that you ensure that there are photographs supplied to you in order for you to have a further verification that the work was completed.
Before payment is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, just indicated to AG that I noted our observation and we put in place
Our
Thank you,
recommendation.
Yes.
So it is, you're saying photograph of the engineer measuring?
Photograph of the project.
But the issue I have is that the engineer is not measuring. That's how we are arriving at overpayment. The photograph will show us measurement. Look, this work was completed. This work was completed. You're going to see the picture of the building. What verification we have that it was
So now
measured?
you have to hold his engineer responsible.
My point exactly. The engineers, and I've been saying this at PAC. I've been saying this at PAC over and over and over again. The engineers have to do it with their own conviction. Do the right thing. Don't sit in their office and falsify documents. That's what we have picked up for a number of periods, a number of agencies that we examined before. When they don't measure the work and they create a certificate of completion, it leads to us arriving at overpayment, because when the general engineer goes and measure something totally different. And what is even more important is that this is just a percentage of the total maintenance work or capital work for the region. And if this is what, 10%? Pardon? Regardless of what is the percentage, imagine if we were looking at the whole. And we may very well be missing some big ones. Now, when I look at paragraph 999 of 2018, sir, and paragraph 1000, and then we go to 1002, I want to know, if I may take 1002 first.
My fault. Before you go to 1002, can I come in with 1992 to 1101?
Well, I was going on 102 and go up, but go right ahead, Comrade Tishir, with Chairman's permission.
Sure. I was trying to get it with 991 and 8.
Member Dr. Mahadio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finally. Ario, 864 to 867, that would be 2017. You had here on this table $20 million that was unspent, drugs and medical supplies, when monies were supposed to go back to the Ministry of Health for the purchase of drugs and medical supplies. Could you advise why, I know you were not there, but could you advise why this money was left unspent, why it wasn't sent in the first place to the Ministry of Health for the purchase of drugs and medical supplies to the country generally, and in particular Region 7? And two, whether in this year you had adequate supplies, so you did not use it to purchase drugs and medical supplies for the region.
Yes, the monies were warranted to the Ministry of Health. All monies were warranted, but the unspent was through Ministry of Health.
To the Ministry of Health.
Yeah.
So Ministry of Health advised you that $20 million were from the monies you sent.
Weren't spent.
Were unspent.
Yeah, unspent.
And did you have adequate drugs and medical supplies in the region?
Yes, I'm advised by the RHA that I could get some shortages, but that was catered for and covered by the region's expenditure, the emergency purchases.
So Ario, if I could be advised in 2017, how do you know how much money do you send back to the Ministry of Health?
Because they normally send back into the departmental warrant return form, which states the amount of money that we sent to the ministry and how much was spent, how much was unspent.
Okay. The other issue that we have had in all the regions so far, Ario, is a matter of reconciling the monies that you return to the ministry and the drugs as against the drugs that you receive. And again, this is noted here. Have you managed to reconcile?
Yes, we have here attached to the document a list of the drugs and medical supplies received in 2017 and 2018 from Ministry of Health.
Okay, thank you.
Member Tishira.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2018, paragraphs 999, 1000, and 1001, shows again a level of breaches, it appears, in the system for the end of the year 2018. Again, there are payments which have no measured works valuation certificate for the payments being made for the work done at Agachash, Bartica, the river defense, and that there appear to be also difference in the valuations done for the amounts. But again, no measured work certificate to say why and how these payments are being made, yet the payments were made and the correct documents were not attached to the payment vouchers. So my question to the REO is, how could this happen that the accounts department pays fully for the contractor with no valuations next to it, which is attached to it, which is standard operating procedures and the law, and therefore, how could this happen?
Are you?
Yes, I am advised by the engineer. I was advised the document was prepared with evaluation attached, but when the auditors went and checked, somehow it was misplaced and it would be touched. However, after the observation was made by the audit office, the engineering department went and retrieved and found the valuation which they attached to the voucher, and it's been verified by the audit office.
So are you saying that the accounts department had the certified valuation, the works valuation certificate attached to the payment request, and this was not given to the Auditor General? Because those documents would come from the accounts department, not from the engineers department, to the Auditor General.
Yes, these documents is being stored in the sub-treasury department after payment has been made.
This seems to be rather coincidental that the required documents were not there at the time, but they suddenly reappeared after. I think this is a level that the accounts department has to be much more careful in keeping documents and keeping documents together.
Noted, I don't remember.
It's a similar thing, Paul, with the one you want to ask, 10002. Again, no work certified document certificate attached to the payment voucher. Was this a practice in 2018 that payments would be made by the accounts department without the requisite documents?
It can't be a practice if they find the documents after.
Well, no, it's a practice that the documents could be made up after. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but probably in record keeping.
The documents are supposed to be attached. So if they're not attached, this is carelessness at the least.
I agree with you.
We can say it's carelessness.
We can say it's careless.
That's what we can say, not
accept
say.
that it's a practice.
Exactly. Not at all.
But members, I would like to put the remaining paragraphs to 17 and 18 for consideration. Member Siraj.
Mr. Chairman, I've been trying to get your attention for quite a while.
You have it in my undivided attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 870, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask the RU what's the current situation of this building? 2017. Yeah, the same, just following up on what you are. No, I have new questions here. Duplex living quarters. What's the current situation here? My question, Mr. Chairman, got to do with the point that was made early on. that a contract sum of 3.293 million, amount paid was 2.1 million, which is about 2/3 of the contract amount, but only $600,000 was actually spent on this project, which represents just about 15% of the total contract sum. So nothing practically was done here. So my question is, what is the current position with this building? I think it's a building that has to house staff, members of staff.
What paragraph is this, Siraj?
That was 870-2017.
So this yes, I remember the project is building is completed.
Well, what was supposed to have been done under this contract would have been done under a new contract.
Yes, that's
and that would have been in when? 2018?
2018.
With additional funds.
The new contract, right? Yes, with additional funds.
So this one letter that was written on the 25th of September 2020, we're now in 2022. No other effort was made to contact FS Construction of Grove Housing Scheme?
Yes, by telephone.
And voicemail or?
By telephone. I had a conversation with him sometime last year and he promised to come in and up to now he didn't come.
Right, Mr. Chairman, if I can move on to paragraph. It's 873-2017 and 1003 in 2018. Maintenance of vehicles and spares. I noted here, Mr. Chairman, $23.5 million. And this is not a purchase, this is just for maintenance in 2017 and $20.3 million in 2018. For the maintenance of a few pieces of equipment here and vehicles. PVV 1876, a Frontier double cab pickup. Was this vehicle repaired in 2017 for the cost of $1.579 million?
Yes, as reflected in the general report, that's the amount of money spent on the vehicle.
But I noted in 2018, you expended a further amount of $1.689 million. So was the vehicle repaired in 2017 or it was whilst doing the repairs, you found you need to do additional work and have to spend additional sum before you receive it? Or these are new repairs?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Just a housekeeping matter. I know that the region had asked for them to be put forward because they did not prepare to overnight. And we have both male and women here. The majority of them didn't walk with any clothing overnight or anything. I just wanted to commit you to know that no boat can't leave Polka after 5 o'clock. So they would have to go in soon. We haven't gotten to a place in the paragraphs yet. So it appears that they would have to come back.
Well, in light of that revelation, I'll ask Mr. Siraj question be answered, and I put to the committee for us to give serious consideration into what the honorable member would raise and ask the visiting team from region number 7 to make another appearance next week to continue the work in light of this revelation. And you will be up if the committee accepts early in the morning. Are you?
Yes,
Provide a response to the members.
Yes, I don't get information. So members, the repairs for both years is 2 different occasions.
Monsieur?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's already 4. You know the traffic getting on to do so.
Yes. So Arias, it's evident that you weren't prepared for some of the questions the members would have posed to you. Just that you will make all of the necessary arrangements to be fully prepared to answer any question that may arise from the members when you make your appearance next Monday. Next Monday. So we'll ask you to, we permit you to leave now in light of your, the members' requests, in taking into consideration the fact that you have to travel so far and you weren't prepared to overnight. So we'll facilitate you leaving and return on Monday.
Thank you so much,
Chair, I'd like to, just before the RU leaves,
Go ahead.
on Friday, the Ministry of Finance and the Audit Office had a meeting with Region 7, with all the regions. And I can tell you, unfortunately, Region 7, we had to discontinue the meeting because of connectivity issues with the internet.
Yes.
So we weren't able to get through all of these paragraphs here to assist the RU.
Yes. So, but today is Monday, so they got some time to prepare for the next
Yes,
one.
well appreciated.
Yes.
Maybe, Chair, if you may, right? We were trying to prepare our accounting offices.
This is FS speaking, members. Yes. Go ahead, sir.
What we could do for Region 7 is a face-to-face if that's possible, right? Because the internet did not help us at all the last time, right? So
Yes.
I would like to extend that invitation to the region so that we could get over this.
Yes. So are you? The FS is requesting you and your team to make. Probably he can make the determination who are the members of the team that can sojourn back to Georgetown and have that face-to-face interaction before Monday, so that you can be fully prepared. Because it's evident that you're not really prepared for the public accounts committee. So in that regard, I trust that you and the FS will have communications to plan when you will meet with him during the week, as well as the accountant general, in helping you to prepare to make an appearance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Members will invite region number 6 to make an appearance. Ario, welcome to PSC. Could you introduce your staff?
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members, with me is Mr. Bihari, PS Finance, Ms. Kim Stevens, former REO, Mr. Millington, Internal Auditor, Bishan Dalit, Regional Engineer, the PPO, Mr. Nanda Kurlal, RHO, Dr. Vishal Sharma, REDO, Ms. Margarita Cruz, and PS, Ms. Prema Rupnaran. The region PS.
Former Chairman, before we go into these paragraphs, may I ask the accounting officer if the program managers that he has with him here are the same program managers that served during the period 2017 and 2018?
Except the REDO and RHO. RHO came on in 2020 and REDO 2019.
Okay, Ario, according to Chapter 108, Laws of Guyana Legislative Body of Evidence, it states very pellucid, every person examined under this act who willfully gives false evidence shall be guilty of perjury. That is the act that we inform or remind all accounting officers making an appearance that they should be in observance of. Therefore, if you're not in a position to provide accurate information to the Public Accounts Committee, so indicate and time will be provided so that you could get up that information and make it available to the Public Accounts Committee. With that said, members, we have region number 6 before us. We have 25 paragraphs for 2017 and 24 paragraphs for 2018. I put paragraphs 336 to 350 for 2017 and 964. Pardon? Yes, 836 to 850 for 2017, and for 2018, 964 to 970. The floor is open. Member, 970. Yes, Dr. Mahadi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I bring the REO's attention to paragraph 836, employment. And you see here that 152 staff in excess from what was in the middle of 2017, as was explained by the AG. I guess it 33 contracted employees that were there, they went on the pensionable, right? But you still had 152 additional staff. Could the RU explain whether were any new positions created among this 152 staff?
Thank you. Based on current information, no additional position was created, but the variation is because the budget or estimates were prepared as of June 2016 for 2017, and that would have accounted for the variation in numbers.
Go ahead, Dr. Mahadi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. 838, Mr. Chair. And I'm coming to what my friend don't like to ask, withdrawals of medical supplies. Could the REO explain, could the REO guide me as to what was the system, how drugs were bought for the region, the monies that they kept back, that they did not warrant to the Ministry of Health?
Based on information by running through the tender board minutes and check with the procurement department, whenever there was a shortage of drugs within the region, MM was able to supply. The system of three-coat was used for the procurement of drugs and medical supplies.
And who was it that would ask for the drugs to be bought? Who was the head of health at that time? What was the position? Did you have an RHO?
No, my understanding, we had a regional health services and regional health authority. And director of health services was Mr. Jevon Stevens.
Chair, if I may, the regional health authority was signed as ended, I think, in the year 2016. Therefore, you did not have a regional health authority. And I do not know that by any order or any document, a regional health services, Region 6 was created. Could you please explain?
If I, as I said, the information I have is, I thank you, honorable member, for that information. But when I got there, based on research, the position that was there was the director of regional health services, which was occupied by Mr. Jevon Stevens. So I don't know if former REO will want to add, with your permission.
REO, I'm interested in this position of Director of Regional Health Services to Region 6. As far as I know, there is only one regional Director of Regional Health Services, and that person is attached to the Ministry of Health. Mr. Chair, I'd like to see what is the JD of this Director of Regional Health Services Region 6. When was the position created? What is the qualifications of this person that for someone to get that job? And the salary scale that position attracted.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order, that position no longer exists because this current administration has no longer
existed in 2017.
Yes, it existed in 2017, and we are going to I believe a proper question is who authorized the creation of such a position, and did it come from the Ministry of Public Service or was it a contracted position? But to go down into detail to question an appointment, not knowing how it was made, I think we're going down the wrong road, sir.
I want to agree. Was the position a contracted position? Can that be made? No. I'm advised by former area that it was contracted position.
Mr. Chair, if I may, any position in the public service, contracted or otherwise, there must be permission. There must be a document to create this position. That is what I'm asking. What are the documents that created this position? What is the job description of the position?
Do you have those documentation, Aria? No, Chair. Can you
that does not mean that it was not done. And this is going down in a direction of policy.
Correct. I was just about to say that.
Committee don't deal with policy. Yes. I'm not sure if my honorable friends on the other side signed up for that course that we had the other day, but perhaps they should.
Yes, sir. We cannot question any decision that was made on a policy basis at the level of the PAC. That is not the PAC's place.
Mr. Chair, it is this person or individual that occupied this position that would have guided the RDC, the REO then, as to what drugs and medical supplies were needed to be bought.
No, that's not accurate.
Right? Okay, so I asked the question, how did the REO know what was the procedure that was being followed? Who was the person that came to the REO or the designation of the person to say, we need these drugs and medical supplies, because the REO would not know otherwise.
Go ahead. Aria.
Yes, good afternoon. Through the chair, based on my recollection, this was done based on the doctors and in conjunction with the pharmacists, based on what is in the system and what is not there, and what MMU does not have.
Chair, to you, could a previous REO say if it was the doctors who brought the list to her?
The list was emailed to the regional administration, and in addition to that, the office assistants would be the ones that deliver these things.
So, Chair, am I to understand that this office assistant is dealing with drugs and medical supplies when someone...
There's an administrative thing.
Member Maipal.
Yeah, but you're going down the road.
Sir, I make that determination.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When there is a designated head of regional health services,
please,
and in other regions of health in the region, the Department of Health in the region,
please know that these documents, even though they come by the office assistant, these documents are signed by the doctor themselves, along with the director of health services. It's just him bringing the document.
So, Chair, again, we are going to the director of regional health services. Who would have been the person who was managing the budget that we are looking at? Managing the budget for region number 6, health services. And I'm interested to know this person, whether that person was legally employed or not. Is that something that we should be interested in?
The fact that the RO has indicated that the employee
But there is
had
no,
a
but the
contract.
RO also indicated that there is no document.
No. The RO indicated that there was a contract, so that makes the employment legal. Yes, Member Patterson.
No, so, Mr. Chair, I don't know where we're going. I mean, I'm lost, maybe because I'm remote. The region has said that this is an established position. The region is saying that whatever it is that someone was employed. The region is saying that the procedure is that they, as with every other region, that the doctors and the health officers and those things like that prepare a request for medication. And that is forwarded on to maybe the accounting officer. And then, of course, we have that system about you buy 10% and the central MMU purchases the rest. I'm quite unclear, maybe my remoteness, where we're going with the line of questioning and where it relates to the Auditor General's report.
Chair, my point is that the person who was in charge, the position that was in charge of spending of the people's money or advising and spending of the people's money for the health department in Region 6 was employed. All I'm asking for.
Mr. Chair, when he's finished, please.
If there are documents, Ms. Passman, you spoke, I explained. If there are documents pertaining to this employment, and if so, I would like to see a copy.
Mr. Chair, on that matter, I would just like to say if there was an issue with the employment of the individual, then that would have been highlighted in the Auditor General's report that we were examining. The fact that it was not highlighted in the Auditor General's report means that the Audit Office, after conducting their examination, saw nothing wrong with the process that was followed for the employment. And so I believe that I don't think we want to open a can of worms, because I have thousands of questions I would like to ask about matters that were not raised in the Auditor General's report. So if we're going to go down the line of asking questions that does not have any paragraph pertaining to it here, let me know so I can just ask those questions as well.
And Chairman, to build on Comrade Juretta's point, we at PAC, we examine the expenditure and not the individual that was employed to make the expenditure. Because if that seems to be the direction we're going, then we should probably ask for all the documents that are currently in place for the employment of current accounting officers. The fact of the matter is that there was a system in place in region number 6 where the doctors and the other medical personnel from the respective medical facilities would submit a quiv, and that goes to the Director of Regional Health Services for region number 6, and it is co-signed by him and sent to the REO, and then the system move forward. Why is it that we have to go down the road of questioning whether he was legitimately or not legitimate for the position? The public perception out there is that many of these REOs and permanent secretaries are not qualified, but we don't bring that here because that is not the direction we're going.
Let us regain focus on the position.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, can I
allow the AG to respond?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to lend some clarity with regards to the employment of government employees. In order for an employee to be on the payroll, we have to have all the requisite approvals, whether it's from the Public Service Commission or from the Ministry of Public Service.
Not yet. Member Patterson?
Thank you. I was going to say exactly the same point that the Accountant General raised. And I want to remind you, Mr. Chair, we're examining the report of the Auditor General. And if we, I don't know which paragraph that the honorable member is on, but if we keep allowing questions that are not contained in there, sir. I don't know when this committee will ever carry out its mandate.
Members, let us ensure that our line of questioning are in relation to the respective paragraphs before us. Dr. Mahathir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll continue with drugs and medical supplies. So, Appendix 2 that was provided by the region showed a list of persons or companies that supply drugs and medical supplies. Was it done with an open tender? Was it advertised? How was this process done? Because the former REO said that the doctors and the pharmacists would send up a list after talking to MNU. And here it is also mentioned in 2017 that it was supposedly verbal information based on which, and I think that was corrected in 2018. But how were these companies chosen?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Former REO.
Through the chair, there was a pre-qualifications of these suppliers being done. And based on the pre-qualification report, that those were the persons that were invited to bid. I want to add that any drugs and medical supplies that were bought by the region was based on an emergency basis. Had we gone through the process of advertising and stuff like that, the patients perhaps would have died.
Chair, as a medical practitioner who managed health systems before, what I would say is that you do not run to the REO's office today to say we are running out of drugs today. There has to be planning. There has to be something you call a reorder point, which the current REO knows very well. And you always give yourself time. You let the administration know. So REO, I'm sorry. If that was the case that people would die if you didn't buy the drugs immediately, well, then that was poor management.
Well, through the chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to say that the region, not at all times, are aware of what MNU, the amount or quantity of drugs that MNU would have at any given time. And of course, we did the reorder level 2. We are aware of that. And based on the reorder level, we would have submitted our cribs. But unfortunately, when the cribs arrive at MNU, there are no drugs there. And if there are none, and we have the nil list, then the region had to buy.
Thank you.
Chairman, would you be kind enough to guide me on the paragraphs we're looking at once more? Thank you.
836 to 850 and 964 to 970.
You the chairman.
The assistant chairman. That's the chairman to do more important things. Mr. Chairman, can I have the floor, please?
You have the floor, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 846, 2017. Mr. Chairman, I noted here that, and I know you put up to 970 for 2018, but the corresponding paragraph, if you'll allow me to go to 976 and 977, because they have to do with the same work, maintenance work.
So in that regard, I put the remaining paragraphs to both years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chief. Mr. Chairman, I noted here repairs. The amount of $48.778 million were expended on vehicle spares, services, and repairs. An analysis of these costs revealed that 12 of the vehicles had very high maintenance costs that amounted to $24.1 million. Listed here, I see PLL 2717, which is a pickup, that the amount expended in 2017 was $2.3 million. And then in 2018, a further amount of $1.4 million was expended on this vehicle also. Can the REO give an explanation as to why this one vehicle would have cost nearly $3 million only in repairs for the 2 years? Yeah. Just under $4 million.
REO will discuss.
Through the chair, this pickup is a pickup that was used to transport fuel, and based on the terrain, the works had to be done on this vehicle. It transported fuel to Blackbush, Polder, Malabisi, and if we know those areas, the terrain, right? And because of the nature of the tasks that the vehicle had to undergo, the repairs were done.
Mr. Chairman, PVV 1992, David G. School Bus, $5.8 million spent in 2017. And then $4.4 million in 2018. This is over $10 million in repairs to this bus. I'm certain this bus don't take fuel down to Manor Busy and Mighty Curie. And the number is a fairly new number. Can the REO explain to PAC why a bus this new will cost so much in repairs?
Through the chair, parts for these buses had to be procured from overseas. In addition to that, an analysis was done as to the cost effect of these buses, and the Edinburgh, the East Bank area was chosen. And when we, the administration, did that analysis, one would have seen that over $4 million approximately was saved by household. And in addition to that, the administration knows the importance of education and getting the children to and from school, that this expenditure was deemed, immaterial based on the value, the outcome that the administration would have achieved.
That's a very good answer, Mr. Chairman.
I concur.
Right. But Mr. Chairman, it still does not explain away why over $10 million would have been spent, notwithstanding the cost saving for household. And we must endeavor to continue doing that. But it does not explain how within 24 months you would spend over $10 million only in repairs for a vehicle. It means that this vehicle is not in good order at all. Mr. Chairman, similarly in paragraph 977, I noted here in 3 instances, this is 2018, you purchase a cycle for $268,000 and you spend $357,000 only to repair it. Can the REO tell us if this also benefited residents along the same lines, and how much would have been saved? How much thousands would have been saved?
Residents, sir, could I ask the member just clarify his question? I wasn't so sure. Just for the benefit of my...
1164.
Member Siraj.
That's Mr. Chairman. So we purchased a motorcycle for $268,000 and we spent $357 million to repair it. $357,000 to repair it. would it have made better sense to purchase a new motorcycle rather than to spend more than the purchase price to repair it?
Thank you, through the chair. Please note that the purchase of motor vehicles are capital expenditure. That's the first point that we need to make. In addition to that, it was not a one payment that was done. It was a series of work that was carried out to the tune. In addition to that, yes, it benefited the community. These people were the rangers who go and visited, who went and visited the drainage pumps and stuff like that. So indeed, it benefited the residents of East Berbice currently, in particular, the rice farmers.
Mr. Chairman, there are two other instances where amounts spent on repairs on motorcycles. Now you have CH9920 purchased for $215,000, CH9921 purchased for $215,000. Now, in the instance of 9920, $276,000 was spent on repairs for this motorcycle. How can the REO account for an expenditure that is in excess of the procurement value of the motorcycle? Would it not have been wiser to purchase again a new motorcycle as spending more than the acquisition costs?
Again,
the same question.
Yeah, again, it's the same answer. It's capital expenditure. And may I inform the member that to get capital expenditure, it must be budgeted for. We cannot use capital money to do any other thing than what it was intended to do. And under the 6242, the maintenance line item under the current expenditure caters for the maintenance of these vehicles.
And Comrade Chair, can the former REO tell us who are benefiting from these motorcycles?
Again, the rangers, and in particular, the rice farmers.
But Mr. Chairman, if the rangers were...
Mr. Chairman, this is uncalled for. We are a policy dealing with expenditure. Mr. Chairman, the former REO is being asked to account for money spent. The political aspect can be left to the politicians. Mr. Chairman, there is millions of dollars spent on motorcycles. Whatever they were used for, no one is questioning whether they assisted X, Y, and Z.
That was a question. Member,
the fact that I want to ask a question, Mr. Chairman, of the former REO. Were logbooks and documents kept to show the movement of these vehicles and the spares and maintenance that was expended on these motorcycles? This is PAC. We're dealing with expenditure, financial rules, and abiding by the financial rules. So in the expenditure, which the Auditor General signaled that it was extremely high, could the Honorable former REO say if there were proper documents kept to track the use of these motorbikes in terms of the mileage and also the amount of the number of times they were in the workshop being repaired or replacement of parts?
Before the REO answers that question, Member Teixeira, you implied that the REO's response was being political. Her response was in relation to a question the Honorable Member Searat asked, which specifically indicated how the residents benefited from the purchase of this, and that is how she was responding. She wasn't being political. You can go ahead and answer.
I'm waiting for my answer, yes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Yes, there are historical records maintained by the regional administration. And yes, there are logbooks. This fall under the field audit department. And we have the field auditor who is here right now with us that can attest to that.
Okay, can we have the field auditor tell us? Is the Auditor General saying that the books were kept up to date, the log books and the expenditure on spares kept up to date? Because 976 has $18 million spent in 2018 on, I think it was 12 vehicles, and then it has on the motorcycles another 2.36 million. So can we know that the log books of all these vehicles and the maintenance and the spares purchased for these were properly accounted for?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the logbooks and the historical records were maintained. The logbooks were presented to the Audit Office of Guyana.
Could you say why the David G was costing so much money on the 976? 5.48 million in 2017 and 4.4 million in 2017. What was the problem with the vehicle?
Yeah, we had that question already.
I've been listening all the time.
That question is directed to who, Madam the Chair?
I assume the former REO.
Well, the REO would have answered that question.
I'm asking what was the problem with the David G that in 2 years it cost almost $10 million to keep it on the road? Were there major problems with it, and what were they?
Our response was that the vehicle had mechanical problems.
I then redirect my question to the person who was in charge of the vehicles, whoever the gentleman was. It's $10 million in 2 years, sir. You could have bought a new bus, but leave that aside. It's such a magnitude that so much money was spent in 2 years on the vehicle? I am sure it's mechanical problems. I have no doubt about that.
Chairman, that question was asked already by Comrade Siraj, and it was answered. And I will recollect the answer to be that the parts that they had to source was from overseas, and the terrain and some villages' names were mentioned as to how far they had to go to pick up the children. The former REO also indicated that a performance analysis was done, and it showed that the amount expended to repair the vehicle is far way less in comparison to what homes were saving to send their children to school, in keeping with the policy of transporting children to school free of cost. All of those answers were provided. And it's unfortunate that Comrade Teixeira missed the answer.
Thank you for your assistance.
But we can't be going back and forth on
over
it.
$10 million. The former RU said cost benefits was $4 million. The cost to repair this bus was over $10 million.
You want one bus?
All right, can we move on? Member Siraj.
I keep telling you there are certain people speaking, the sound is bad. But however, I have listened to everything being said. I'm here all the time. I ain't gone nowhere.
Mr. Chairman, it is at 847. It was noted here by the Auditor General that in taking in these vehicles for repairs and maintenance, the contracts document were very deficient. And this might have caused the region not to get value for money if the contracts themselves were deficient. And that led me to ask a question as to whether when these vehicles are taken in, whether you get them back the same year or the cost of the maintenance would have taken you over into the other year, where additional financing would have been needed to get them out. And I'm speaking specifically in relation to the pickup that incurred the $3.7 million over the 2 years period. The deficiency, can the REO tell us what was the deficiency in the contract documents when these vehicles are taken in for repairs.
Yeah, the former RU.
Through the chair, perhaps the Auditor General can help us there because they would have had the list of the payment vouchers with all the supporting documents giving details as to, the repairs that were done and stuff like that. Based on my recollection and having no knowledge on maintenance of vehicles, perhaps the audit office can so kindly.
We are the audit office, so like some guidance here.
Mr. Chair, based on the AG's report, paragraph 847, it speaks of the efficient contracts for maintenance of vehicles in that clauses stipulating commencement, duration, and completion dates were not included.
Right. So Mr. Chairman, these when these vehicles go in, because of these deficiencies, then the persons doing the repairs would not have had a contractual obligation to repair these vehicles within a stipulated period of time.
Was there a contractual arrangement with the region and the mechanic shop?
Through the chair, yes, the contracts, these details were omitted from the contract, but these buses were used on a daily basis, and hence the urgency of getting them repaired would have taken priority over, the duration of the time. Based on my recollection, these buses were not done for the entire year or expenditure running over to the other year.
Sir, I'm not sure if the PS answered this question, so please permit me to ask. This period that I see being mentioned here, it speaks to year of acquisition and cost and amount expenditure and so on. I am assuming, looking at these figures, and if you can confirm that these are over a period of time that requires these buses to go for the repairs and the other vehicles, and also their, I'm assuming, has to do also with the fact of statutory maintenance that they require to go for. I know in some regions, I don't know if Region 6 is the same, but when you have these breaks in the term, that you would facilitate maintenance of these vehicles to ensure that it is proper for the commencement of the new term, and then it runs its period, and you send it in back to maintain. That even if nothing is wrong with it, you do it to ensure that it is proper because of the work it has to do on a daily basis. Can you say if that is that is it?
Through the chair, member, you're absolutely correct.
Dr. Mario.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, 980 economic project.
9 what?
980.
2080.
So it said here that the project, it's an economic project, and it incurred a loss of 7.568 million for the year 2018. The answer given was that sum of 8.758 was outstanding to the economic fund account. How did this happen? I mean, is the economic project in the habit of giving out things on credit? That's one. Two, who were the well, this is State House in Amsterdam. Who are they catering for? That monies were on credit. Were the monies recovered? In addition to that, at 981, it says that the bank book reflected, that would be for the same economic project, reflected total deposits sum of 19.704 million and total withdrawals of 27.223 million for the year 2018. Monies were being withdrawn from the bank to offset expenditures. could the REO indicate what were the expenditures and if there were any guidelines as to what monies from this economic project were being spent on that were not covered by the budget of the region? And two, there were no records to substantiate the expenditure of $1.355 million. Where do we stand with this? Were these monies recouped? If not, what is being done to ensure that we get this?
Okay, through the chair, please know that the Economic Fund project was used by the various programs to prepare meals as it relates to training. Meals for the health services, basically, and the education department. The system in place was that request is being made by the program managers and sent to the REO. It gives the amount, the quantity of meals and beverages that is needed, in addition to the costs. State House funds now would be used. These requests, would be sent to the State House Department. The monies now are being taken out from the accounts based on the requests that were made. A point to note that the PS Finance, along with myself and the personnel officer, were signatories to the account. No one could have gone and do withdrawal without two signatories. In addition to that, the let me get your figure correctly. The $8.758 million, this was unpaid account by the various programs that utilize the services from the Economic Fund. To recollect what I said, the monies would have been taken out from State House, the Economic Fund, to meet the expenditure. The programs now would prepare the payment vouchers along with the list of the persons, or not necessarily the list, but the amount of persons that attended the training and the costs and what have you. Based on that, when the monies are being paid from the IFMA system, it is being paid in the Economic Fund account, and that check is deposited. So the $8.7 million were unpaid amounts that the region still have the necessary supporting documents. Based on discussions that I would have had with the administration, our current REO, this the unpaid amount was sent to FS. So it's not a case of not trying to recover the monies. In addition to that, the $1.355 million, remember I spoke to you on the system that is in place, that was in place before a withdrawal could have been done. The proposal with the amounts. However, these bills were or should have been in the possession of the expediter at that time. The expediter and the officer in charge of State House, the housekeeper. So I really cannot give an account to the bills proper, but I can only explain the system.
Dr. Mario.
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with I will follow up with the second one first. So, Ario, you're saying you, in addition with other persons, as Ario, you would have signed checks for withdrawal from the account, but you depended on the expediter to keep the receipts for what these monies are spent for?
Yes, through the chair, yes. The expediter was the person that was assigned to maintain the cash book records of the economic fund.
So the 1.355 million is because the monies were spent, and you know what the monies, as REO, you would have known what these monies were spent on. So we are guaranteed that the monies are spent for what the purpose it was intended. But it's just that the records are not available to verify that it was spent on this particular project, as the case might be.
Correct.
The issue with the 8.758 million. So could you advise if this 8.758 million was over the entire year, or was towards December when the year would the books would have closed?
There are varying dates that the expenditure would have occurred, so it would have been during the entire 2018.
And for the entire 2018, we know that the different departments, because this is all within the government system, a budget which you manage, that they were owed money, that this economic project run by the region was owed monies by some other department within the region. And what attempts were made during the year to get this money paid before the 31st of December, when the books would have been closed. Because all the departments, especially health and education, would have monies in their budget for meals and all of that.
All the program managers were advised to, when this was brought to my attention, all the program managers were advised to have these payments being made. But
so, Ario, when was this brought to your attention?
Well, sometime during the 2018, but I cannot recollect because that's a very long time. But it was brought to my attention, and the various program managers were notified, and they were tasked with the responsibility of having the monies recouped. And please note again, there's a list. There's the payment vouchers along with the supporting documents. The region has that, and perhaps the current REO can attest to that too.
So Ario, I'm not querying that at all yet.
Okay.
I'm not querying whether it was done. I'm sure it was done. What I'm saying is that, so what we are having here is that, let me ask another question. So at the end of 2018, were the monies that cater to training, meals and refreshment and meals or whatever, from the different bits, health and education, as you identify those, were their monies all expended, or did any return to the consultant?
The monies were all expended based on my recollection.
Right. So they literally would have spent more than they would have budgeted for.
Correct.
They'll eat a lot.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Hello, my mic.
Proceed. 850, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 2017, paragraph 850. It is stated here that 153 contracts to the value of $604.8 million for both current and capital expenditures were not publicly advertised. can the REO inform PAC why these contracts were not publicly advertised?
May I ask the former REO?
These contracts were awarded to pre-qualified contractors. Based on restricted tendering.
Mr. Chairman, restrictive tendering is allowed, but there's a process to be followed. Can the REO say where this process was followed in going through the route to restrictive tendering for 153 contracts at the value of $604.8 million?
I would be happy to be so guided as to the procedures that needed to be followed.
The Auditor General noted that there should be a statement in the records on the grounds and circumstances that would have justified going to restrictive tendering. But in the course of the audit, no such statement was produced. So going to restrictive tendering is allowed, but it will be a breach of what is the Procurement Act 25, Part 2, if no such statement was provided for audit. Can the REO say why this statement that is needed according to the Procurement Act was not submitted for audit in the course of dealing with this 153 contracts?
I cannot recollect, but as indicated in the audit response there, corrective action would have been taken, or corrective action will be taken in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the REO for the response, but at the time in 2017, was the REO aware that in going for restrictive tendering based on the Procurement Act 25-2, that such statement would have been needed?
I am so guided now.
Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up, please?
Yes.
When Mr. Siraj is finished.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I move on to 851.
No, I think member Patterson want to follow up on the same paragraph, Siraj.
If it's on the same paragraph, if Mr. Patterson said when I'm finished.
So it's on the same paragraph, Siraj, but of course I will not, when you finish and you give way on the same paragraph.
Go ahead, Mr. Patterson.
You can't give Mr. Patterson the go. Member Patterson, you go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Member Patterson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairman Siraj, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On the same para, can and maybe I have to speak to the auditor. We have to ask the Auditor General to address this. Ministries at the beginning of the year, or sometime or just before the ending of the following year, like in say 2018 for 2019, go out for pre-qualification of contractors. And that is done, that's done through MPTAB or whatever means. Most times it's MPTAB. And then MPTAB sends back a list of pre-qualified contractors. Is the Auditor General saying that after MPTAB sends out that pre-qual list, you call it there. The process after that, as I know, and I asked the FS, maybe the financial secretary, after that, you select persons from that pre-qualified list to bid on jobs. based on them being pre-qualified. So you don't go back to public tender for those particular jobs. Can I ask the Auditor General if that's not the case? And why is it that, if that is the case, why is it he's flagging it? Because this is what happens in every single ministry. You have a pre-qualification process. And then after it's been pre-qualified, you go to that pre-qual list and you invite how many tenderers from that pre-qual list to tender, as opposed to going to a public tender for every occasion. So, Auditor General, you have to guide me, because it's not particularly something here in Region 6, but it's what you say, government-wide.
AG?
Mr. Chair, to bring some clarity.
Yes, go ahead.
For restrictive tendering, according to the Act 26B, it says the goods, construction, and services by reason of their highly complex and specialized nature are available only from a limited number of suppliers or contractors, in which case all such suppliers or contractors shall be invited to submit tenders, all such suppliers.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up, because I know personally that's the reason why, and I could talk about that's the reason why we do pre-qualification all the while. Because you have such a large budget and such a large time, you do pre-qualification as opposed to post-qualification. Post-qualification means that they have to resubmit all these documents every single time you have to tender the do. Can I ask the FS, who I think, well, I don't know if the MPTAB comes under him. Why is it that MPTAB allows ministries and agencies to pre-qualify, and then the Auditor General is saying that you have to go back out to open tender, even though you have a pre-qualification list?
That's not what he's saying.
That's what he said there. Unless it's specialists, unless the work is of specialist nature.
We'll ask the accountant. Oh, FS?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the interpretation or the explanation provided by
FS, can you talk a little bit more higher, please?
Yes, thank you. So your explanation, Mr. Patterson, is correct. Once you do the pre-qualification, you're saying that in executing certain procurement activities, that you will be limited to that list of contractor suppliers. However, when you're submitting a pre-qualification document, you need to identify exactly what you intend to use the list to do. If it is for all works or for minor works alone. So I recently completed my pre-qualification documents, and I did it for strictly minor works that require some kind of urgent attention. Like if you have a broken pipe and you need to get it fixed, you cannot go through the regular process. So for any activity where I would need to move at a certain degree of haste, I requested MPTAB to give me permission to pre-qualify bidders and contractors and suppliers. So for those works, I don't need to go through the long procedure, right? So it is absolutely important that you indicate to MPTAB exactly the type of works which you will use the pre-qualification list to undertake.
Can I follow up?
Can I follow up, please, Ahmad, to share as I ask the question?
Yes.
Member Patterson.
Thank you very much, FS. But I think the statement is very general, because what I know for sure is, say, building works or road works. The Ministry of Public Works, formerly Infrastructure, I think Ministry of Communities and those things like that, they advertise pre-qualified to do building works, weeding works, road works prior. what is in question here, the Auditor General did not say that these persons did work outside of what they are. He said that 152, I think he said, did not go to public tendering valued so much. Right? And that is the point that I was trying to sing. And his response is that it had to be very specialist. And so I asked specifically that if you say you're going to pre-qualify for, say, building works, that's an example, that once the persons are pre-qualified for building works, any building works, you don't have to be emergency or what, any building works on a program that fits within that category, you can use that restrictive tendering process. That's the clarification I would be seeking.
Allow the
Mr. Chairman, I'm waiting in line too, okay?
I got you. AG.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to look at
speak into the mic, please.
Mr. Chair, we need to look at the method of procurement. According to the Act, it's mandatory that you do public tendering. Even if they would have pre-qualified and it chose to use restricted tendering carries certain conditions. One of those conditions is that the services, by reason of their highly complex or specialized nature, are available only from a limited number of suppliers or contractors, in which case all such suppliers or contractors shall be invited to submit tenders, right? So that's one of the conditions for using selective tendering.
Which part of the Act?
This is section 26A, B, and then it goes on to 2. And it states when the restricted tendering procedure is used, only suppliers or contractors invited by the entity due to their qualifications can submit tenders. All other steps and requirements applicable to open tendering as set forth in Part 5 of this Act shall be complied with. So records are important there, right? Because you go with the same requirements as open tendering. Also, further down in that paragraph, if you read down in the next paragraph, I think it's saying that only a maximum of 4 contractors are being called in each instance. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to follow up after Mr. Shearer.
Yes, Madam Tajiri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 850 and 851 are very disturbing, Mr. Chairman, because one, you have this large amount of $604 million. It's not an issue that they pre-qualified, but that there was no evidence produced or no statement produced to the audit office that they had permission to do restricted tendering. 851 is even more disturbing because the regional tender board invited a maximum of 4 contractors, and in some cases less than 4, to submit tenders for 140 contracts valued at $570.144 million. Can the former REO advise me on what kind of contracts came up to $570 million? Because this is not a one-off. We've looked at some regions where you've had some anomalies where there may be a case just recently dealing with Region 7. But this happened 140 contracts that this method, which was used, which is not appropriate. What were the kind of works that were given out totaling $570 million? And when I have the answers, I may have to ask follow-up questions.
Go ahead, Ario.
Through the chair, could I ask again for the audit office to so help me? They have the list of the contracts.
AG?
Doesn't the region have a list of the contracts that issued for $570 million before it came to this PAC hearing?
Based on my recollection, the management letter that the region would have had, yes, it should be there, but I'm not in possession of the management letter.
Can I ask the REO, does the region have in its possession the list, the management letter in regards to the number of contracts issued for 570 million out of the 604.
Ario?
Honorable Chairman, the regional manager received a letter, but we don't have it here with us today.
Why not? You know you're coming before PAC, and it's $604 million. This is not a 5 million. This is $604 million that was spent not in accordance with the rules.
Okay, but the AG office can help. But you are aware that you are coming before PSC? You have to be prepared. This is a serious committee, sir. AG, can you lend some assistance here? Oh, thank you.
Through the chair, a quick perusal. I can see repairs of streets in various areas, repairs of bridges, repairs to school, repairs to doctors' quarters, repairs to fence and trestle at State House, grading and shaping of dams, yes. So it's basically maintenance work to schools, bridges, roads. And there was an instance where something was done, repairs to State House. And excavation.
All of these were emergency works that they couldn't have included other contractors. You had 140, you had a whole set of contractors who pre-qualified. Why did it only go to a maximum of 4 and in some cases less than 4?
Mr. Chair, is that the maximum 4 who are invited to bid or awarded? Please let's get these things correctly.
This is the pre-qual, Patterson.
No, madam, let us get it correct. If they invited 4 persons to bid as opposed to awarded to only 4, there are 2 different concepts there.
Reported, Mr. Patterson, it's in the report. You got to read the report.
Please,
851.
The chair is a maximum of 4 persons that were invited.
4 persons were in.
Did you decide it's a maximum of 4 or
projects
or somewhere? How was that determination made?
Based on the pre-qualification of the contractors that would have been in the categories of the various projects that would have been mentioned, those were the persons that were selected.
All right.
And if I may add, right, this was not done. This was done via the regional tender board, where we had all the tender board members involved. They would normally sign off on the proposals that would have been given to the different contractors. So it was not an individual show, but it was done by the regional tender board.
Could the former REO say of the contractors who were awarded contracts, 140 contracts, how many companies benefited? You have 140 contracts. You invited 4 or less than 4 to be evaluated. How many companies received these 140 contracts? 10, 20, 40?
Are you?
This information will have to be provided because going through the list, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm skipping the ones that I'm seeing repeating itself.
Okay, can that information be provided within a week's time?
I would like to know the list of contracts and the contractors who received each one, totaling the 570 million that was awarded by the RTB.
Okay, so this information is in the domain of the audit office, so we'll ask the auditor general to provide the PSC with all of that information that was requested.
On the basis of the questioning, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
in 852, a similar thing takes place, but which there are 8 contracts, all awarded to one contractor under the same arrangement as in 851. And it further states that a special investigation is to be carried out by the Auditor General. Could the Auditor General say whether they did a special investigation of this and what were the results? 852.
Mr. Chair, the engineer would answer on that. We have a file on a special investigation. And what were some of them?
Mr. Chair, we would have done an analysis on those contracts and we had prepared an interim report on this special investigation, and we have the documents here with us.
Can I then ask that Mr. Chairman, this is highly suspicious. You have 8 contracts, all going to one contractor, in which the engineer's estimates and the tender price are exactly the same. The mathematical probability of this happening once is rare. For it to happen 8 times, that is not rare. That is highly coincidental and probably well organized. So I would like to know more about the Auditor General's findings rather than a general comment.
So I guess it's my time now, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on,
No, I'm waiting for my question answered.
Oh, sorry, my apology. You're in the middle.
For the benefit of the audit office, Madam Tashir, could you kind of repeat the question?
Yes, 852, that the Auditor General notices a number of things. One is that the engineer's estimate and the bill of quantities are exactly the same. That is, the contractor's bill of quantities and the engineer's bill of quantities are identical, number one. Number two, that all eight contracts had the exact same estimate for the engineer as for the bidder. Three, that all 8 contracts went to one contractor. The Auditor General advises us they had a separate an investigation. I'm asking for, what did the investigation find? I read that there was an investigation. That's what the report says. I'm asking for, what did the Auditor General find?
Mr. Chair, The investigation was to confirm that that the engineer estimate and the price was as stated. It either had to be that the region used the engineer, the region engineer used the contractor document to prepare the engineer estimate. That's what we found. Yeah, that's what we found. It was very strange.
I want to.
Was there any recommendation as a result of that finding, sir?
Mr. Chair, I'll have to take my final report on that.
Because that's highly improper for an engineer to be using a bidder's estimate.
Is that engineer still in the employ of the RDC?
One of them is still an employee of the RDC.
So, or it is more than one engineer?
I didn't hear you, Chairman. Chairman, I didn't hear the question that you just asked. Can you clarify, please?
I wanted to know if the engineer who, based on the Auditor General's finding, is still in the employ of the RDC. And I'm told one of the engineers still is. So I was inquiring from the audit office if there were several engineers who would have copied from the bidding contractor.
Mr. Chair, for our records, I think it was just one engineer. But I will just confirm, Mr.
Okay. Member Maipo? Chairman,
I have a question on a previous paragraph, but I wasn't too focused on this one. But there's something I want to ask. The Auditor General is saying that the bidding document or the bid document of the contractor is what the engineer used to prepare his estimate. But something doesn't sound right, and I want some clarity. Because for the contractor to bid, he has to first be guided by an engineer's estimate. So, if what is the one engineer that the RO indicated is present? Is he present? Is he present? But he works with the region still. But I think we will need some very, very much. I would think we will need his presence for some clarification, because the thought of that is very scary, sir.
Exactly.
I think clarification is necessary, because if that is the finding from the investigation, then I'm sure there is documented proof to solidify that finding. And I believe we should be furnished with the investigation, the report of the investigation, and the evidence to substantiate, because there's definitely going to be some more questions on this paragraph, sir. So can we?
So the AG's, hold on, the AG office would have conducted an investigation, and out of that investigation, they concluded that the regional engineer was guided by the contractor's estimates, which is appalling. And what I would like to know, in given this reality, and more so the AG's findings, what systems were put in place to ensure that this is not going to be a reoccurrence at the RDC?
Or it has not reoccurred.
And is that said engineer in any decision-making capacity of the RDC?
Let me add a correction. One is an engineer, one is superintendent of work. The engineer is no longer here, but the superintendent of work is still here.
He's still here?
Yeah.
What's the name of the engineer?
That doesn't matter. He's no longer the RDC, but what systems has been put in place to correct or prevent this from happening in the future?
Thank you. The engineers only prepared, the engineers are not part, I can speak for now, from 2020, August 31st, engineers are not part of the procurement process. They just prepare the bill of quantities. These documents are sealed at the accounts department, and then they're filled in a box, put it in a procurement tender box, and the procurement department takes over from there.
No. The engineer's estimate was identical to the contractor's bid. So I don't understand what measure you put in place if you're saying that is what the engineer is continuing to do, preparing the engineer's estimate. The question is, how do we prevent this from reoccurring? Because we cannot have this reoccurring. Do we have any system in place?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, what are you saying?
And for 2020 onwards, there is no instance that this occur. And I'm saying that the system we have now is that they only prepare the bill of quantity. The bill of quantity has to be prepared before a contractor tenders.
But
that is always done.
Yeah.
So there's nothing different you have recommended to prevent this from happening. What was different that you just said?
I'm not concerned how this occurrence happened, but if the engineer prepares and they're not part of the process thereafter.
I'm confused with what you're saying, sir. Chairman, hold on, sir. I want to have
so before the work has to be done, the engineer has to prepare their bill of quantities. And then we started that procurement process. That's what things now.
But that is what I'm saying, Ario. That is the normal process. From the AG's finding,
that didn't happen.
No. From the AG's finding, the engineer used the contractor's estimates and he still put that as his engineer's estimate for other contractors who are also bidding to bid for the contract. It so happened that the fact that he would have used one of the contractor's estimates, the contractor panned out as the best responsive bidder. That in the sense that he would have gotten the same engineer's estimate. So this is what I'm asking you. You have basically said nothing different from what normally pertains. It's just that in this instance, the engineer got caught, but no preventative measures have been implanted by you to prevent the reoccurrence of this. So you're saying there's nothing that could be done to prevent this from happening?
And that's what I'm saying. If I don't know if you're on the same page here. It's maybe I wasn't there if there was a collusion that the contractor, when in the bid document, they have to have a contractor estimate. In the bid document, they said this is the contractor estimate.
Yes.
But then there's a different process thereafter. After the engineer would have prepared that and it starts the procurement process.
Or could it be that the engineer would have prepared the engineer's estimate, made a copy of it, and give it to a potential contractor? So therefore, if that is done, then one would put to the engineers who prepare these documents to be in a room, whatever, prepare these documents and ensure that they cannot exit with any aspect of this prepared document of their engineer's estimate that the contractors will have to use as a guide. So I see that as a potential measure that you could employ to prevent a reoccurrence of such, because it doesn't necessarily mean the contractor give guidance to the engineer. The engineer could give guidance to a potential bidder for the contract. So we got to prevent that in totality from happening.
Thank you.
Chair, just a suggestion. So the engineers do their preparation of their documents before anything is at the time, right? So Chair, I don't know, maybe I can be guided by the experts here, but why keep the engineer's estimate a secret? Make it available to everybody, all the contractors, so they know what the estimate is, and there is no hanky that will happen after that.
No, the engineer's estimate is made known to all who buy the document.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that in the course of advertising, some agencies do provide their engineers' estimates, some do not. And that's open, I think, for subject to advice. But in the instance that we are referring to here, is not only was the sum total the same, each item on the bill of quantity or identity. So it's not a case of the engineer's estimate being known to the contractor. It's a case where the documents them were identical. And then the other thing is that in all 8 instances, they were given to, the awards were made to one contractor.
Yeah.
That is even the more strange. But I would like to be informed. I think PAC should be told what's the name of the company that would have received the 8 contracts with the engineer's estimate that was identical to the price line item by line item submitted by this contracting company.
But before that happens, Comrade Chairman, I want to make this point. I'm not saying that Comrade Siraj's question is out of order, but one must take into account that the procurement procedure requires the lowest responsive bidder to be awarded the contract. And the lowest responsive bidder in this instance, and I don't know who's the contractor or who's the contracting firm, but if it's a collusion that happened there with the engineering department and the contractor was the lowest responsive bidder, then one has to understand on what basis the regional tender board made the award. If the person was evaluated as the lowest responsive bidder. So I just want to make that clear before we, jump to speculations and speculative questioning.
Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up with what Member Michael is saying.
Would you like a response to the question first and then you do a follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. The contractor here is Associated Construction Services. Associated Construction Services.
Are they still tendering for contracts in the region?
Yeah, they do. Associated? Yeah. Construction Services.
But they're still tendering?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead, Member Siraj.
Mr. Chairman, the clarifications or follow-up I was seeking was that following the line of the comments made by Member Michael, I was going to say that ask how many contractors bid for these 8 projects and what would have been their sums. But I rest that question. I was just seeking to follow up on that to get additional information as to how many persons would have bid it if this process was done by restrictive tendering, I think it was. And right, it was awarded by the regional tender board. How many contractors would have bid and what would have been their prices to see whether all 8 went to the lowest responsive bid.
But you say rest the question? Thank you, sir. Sir, I wanted to understand in Paris 973 of 2018 how this happened. How did we pay 2 times to GPL and overpaid 32.905 million? I mean, I see the money was recouped and so on, but I just wanted to know how this happened. 973.
Are you?
Thank you. I'm advised that if there were payments made and there were not reconciliation, and so the bills were paid a second time. But I'm also advised that this was liquidated as going to recognize that there was an excess payment they did not pay the remainder, so it actually balances out. At the moment, after recognizing this breach, we have had one staff is dealing with that at the moment to ensure that when you pay, and if we know sometimes you pay because of the date you pay, the figure just come back onto the bill. And when you come back on the bill, they pay back the same thing. They didn't debit the part that they paid previously.
Yes, sir, that makes perfect sense. I have my GPL bill that I created it, so it makes perfect sense what you just said.
Dr. Mahdi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to direct the attention to 982. The contract for rehab of Guyana Primary awarded to the sum of 8.188 million. This work was done. The monies were paid, and then subsequently, when the inspection was done, it was found that the work was not properly done, and they had to do corrective action. But my question is that the corrective action was done, or how did this, again, coming back to the issue that my caller asked, how did this miss the engineer who went to check and verify that the works were done based on the specifications? 98.
Are you?
Thank you. Corrective works were done. We have pictures to validate. The corrective works were done subsequently.
Question. I know that the corrective works were done, Ari. But if the Auditor's General's office didn't pick it up, we would have paid for works that were unsatisfactory. So the question is now, like we've asked the other regions, what systems do you have? First of all, how did this happen? That you paid for works that were unsatisfactory, the full sum. And then the other question is, what systems are in place to prevent a recurrence?
Thank you, member. What we have in place now is that we pay only by measured works. So the measured work have to come to me before I actually sign up. That to ensure that the engineer would have visited and measure to what extent the work was covered at that point in time.
Who goes out to do the measured work?
Engineer.
The engineer alone?
And you have a committee.
The engineer delegate this responsibility.
No, the engineer is part of the works committee. The engineer does the measured works, but there are times that the works committee also accompany the engineer.
But so responsibilities on the
engineer. And our final certificate must be signed off by the entire works committee before the final payment is made.
Is your support staff, engineer, and all of the various program heads aware of the FS circular indicating that those workers can be surcharged for their election of responsibilities and the duties?
They're fully aware.
Are they aware?
They're fully aware.
Are you aware that you of yourself can be surcharged?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Dr. Mario.
Thank you, Chair. I still didn't get the answer to how this my part, but that's beside what. 983 are you. So a CT scan was donated in 2015. In 2018, we were still doing works to find a place for the CT scan to be installed. The work was done unsatisfactorily. The CT scan was eventually installed in some, first of all, went up by over $4 million from 7.9 to 12.2 million dollars. First of all, why was the engineer's estimate so low? Why did it need an additional $4.3 million? And then, although this was completed these works were in 2018, the CT scan actually started working till end 2020. So, was these works not satisfactory in 2020?
Are you?
I'll ask the regional engineer if he can assist. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. In terms of the CT scan room, we have some specifications from the health facility itself, and the engineer at the time, he prepared his bill based on that. I guess as the project progressed, there were other works that were needed to be done, hence the variation in the cost.
I don't like your response, you guess. Either you're certain or you're not. You cannot provide guesses and opinions to this.
Sorry about that, but
this committee.
I was there, but I wasn't the engineer for this project.
Were you part of the team?
The engineer department.
So you helped in the preparation of this document?
No.
Chair, I'm highlighting this because we need to understand, I would like the region to understand that when you have these types of equipment that are specific, they need to get the guidance of those persons who are the experts in this. Other than that, you'll continue doing this. And for me, I'm sad that 5 years, a CT scan machine is lying there waiting for this work to be done so that the people can start getting it.
So it's not implanted as yet?
It was implanted at the end of December 2020.
All right.
Sometime then. So but we need to, I'd like to say that when you need expert advice, you need to be guided by the expert so that we don't have a, I just wanted to highlight.
Noted. Member Maipo.
Sir, coming back to 975, can I ask if the engineer that is with us was the engineer that oversaw this project?
Wasn't the engineer. The superintendent of works that is currently with us.
And that's the same superintendent of works that is associated with that engineer for these 8 projects that we were dealing with before?
I'm told so, yeah. Yes, sir.
So I believe, sir, and I would love for your permission, I still believe that we need to know definitively how that incident occurred with reference to those 8 projects that were awarded to the same contractor, and the finding of the Auditor General revealing that it was done by way of the contractor's bid document being used to create the engineer's estimate. And I would like to recommend, sir, and this particular paragraph, 975, and there was another paragraph along the same line that I would like to be left open and request the presence of that officer to provide us with that guidance.
No, sir. Is the officer available, Mr. Aryo?
Yeah, he's available.
So why we didn't bring him? The question that Mr. Maipo posed, can you provide PSC with our response?
Sorry.
Okay. Can you provide the Public Accounts Committee with a response? Member Maipo, could you repeat your question, sir?
Sir, I heard that there were a lot of assumptions as it relates to these 8 contracts that were awarded to the one contractor that carried the same sum as the engineer's estimate. Then I heard that there was an investigation that happened, which revealed that the engineer used the contractor's bid numbers to create his engineer's estimate.
What's the question I'd like to ask, sir? That was already established. What's the question you want the RU to provide?
My request is that we leave the paragraph open.
No, we don't want to leave the paragraphs open. You have to move on.
But
What
Chair,
is the question that you would like the
Chair,
RU to
if
provide?
your conclusion is that we're not going to leave the paragraph open, and I don't think the RU could provide me with an answer in writing.
Did you provide the RU with a question?
I did provide the question.
What's the question?
The question is that if we can have the person before us to tell us how it has happened. How it has happened. Because we were speculating here all the time as to how it was happened. I would like the gentleman who was a part of the team that made it happen to tell us how it happened.
How that will solve the issue?
It will help, in my view, it will help us to understand how is it that it happened so we could be able to make recommendations for it not to happen again. But all we did earlier was to speculate that this is the way it happened. Maybe this, maybe that. And I am simply saying that if the gentleman can appear before us to say that this is what we did, then he can easily help us in terms of putting forward a suggestion in an effort to correct it and ensure that it doesn't reoccur. But if that cannot be facilitated, I have no problem with that.
Dr. Mario?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, something that slipped me. I know Mr. Mike was 972. Mr. Chair, the
Bishma, before you go to 972, that's on 2018? That's 2018?
Yeah.
Just can I ask, Mr. Chairman, sorry, on 852, the Auditor General said he did a special investigation. Could I ask if the region has been privy to the findings of that report? Has that been shared so that the region knows not to do it again or to put better systems in place? Or is that report just with the Auditor General's report? And if the latter, that it has not been shared with the region, can the report be shared with the PAC and the region so that we can understand what happened from the Auditor General's point of view?
Mr. Chair, this report is sent to the previous REO on the 7th of December 2018 with the interim findings. However, we did not get a response.
Could we ask Mr. Auditor General that it be shared with the committee PAC and also with the new REO?
Mr. Chair, I can share the report with the committee.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Mahadio.
Dr. Mario, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, I refer the area to 972. Comparison for prices paid for drugs and medical supplies procured by the regional administration from local suppliers. Last two sentences. Furthermore, the region paid in excess of 300% more than MMU's prices, and as much as 1,669% and 1,465% more than MMU's price. Now, the REO had said that economies of scale and all of that. My question is, a drug like Risperidone, the REO had said, former REO had said that she was guided by the professionals, I guess. Now, buying MMU would have paid $13 for it. The region purchased at $230. And they bought 8,400 each. Now, this is a drug that is not in that demand. It's a drug that you could wait for, buy a small amount and wait for it. The variance is 1,669%. So my question is, one, why is it that we didn't buy a small amount when the variance should have been that great? The other one was surgical gloves. The price paid by MMU was just under $1,929, under $1,000 for a box. The region paid $5,200 per box. Again, could have a small amount and then either get from more quotations because the REO said that, the former REO said that they had pre-qualified suppliers, get some more from Georgetown or somewhere else and have, or maybe wait on MNU to see if they could have supply in the meantime. First of all, why didn't this principle apply? And the second thing is, what systems are in place now with the current REO to prevent the recurrence of us paying over 1,500% increase?
Let me ask the former, you can answer the first part and I will answer the second.
Through the chair, these items were bought for all the health centers. I can't recollect the numbers now. For all the hospitals that the Region 6 has, not only the main New Amsterdam Hospital, we have Fort Kanji, Skeldon, and the 5 hospitals, and I can't recollect the numbers of health centers. It's about 30 something. As it relates to the gloves, that's something that is being used frequently. But as Dr. Mahadio would have pointed out, I have no knowledge of the other item that he pointed out. But please note again, this was based on requests made by the doctors from the various hospitals. And the quantities were bought in accordance to what was requested.
Before the current REO answers, just Risperidone, which was bought at a variance of 1,669% variance, is being used only in the Fort Kanji Hospital and at mental health clinics, not across the region. And we bought 8,400 of those.
Thank you. In terms of drugs and medical supply, when MMU is unable to purchase, we engage a minimum of 5 suppliers. So the bidding is more competitive, which will enable us to have a better value for money.
REO, if I may add.
Go ahead, sir.
Do you also have pre-qualified suppliers?
Not for drugs and medical supply.
Thank you.
Members, there being no further questions, I'd like to thank the REO and his team for making an appearance and for providing the additional information within the prescribed time. We have one more agency, region number 10, with a few paragraphs. And yes, REO, the information that has to be provided, can you provide it to the Parliament in 25 copies so that all of the members can have? Thank you.
Will do.
And also email it to the clerk of the committee.
Sure.
Thank you. Can we invite Region 10 soon as this agency leaves? Thank you.
Thank you to you and your members.
Thank you. All right. Safe journey.
Thank you.
Mr. Owen Gordon, former Regional Executive Officer, Region 10. On my left, I have Ms. Maylene Stevens, former Deputy Regional Executive Officer, Region 10. On her left, I have Dr. Gregory Harris, Regional Health Officer, Region 10. And on his left, I have Mr. Elford Les Flores, Regional Engineer, Region 10. Behind me, I have my Regional Agriculture Officer, Mr. Derek Collins. I have my District Regional Education Officer, Ms. Anderson. My Permanent Secretary, Ms. Prema Rupnarai. And to her left, my Regional Education Officer, Miss Nicola Matthews, and on her left, my Chief Accountant, Ms. Vanessa Williams. And to her left, I have Miss Shondell Major from the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Ario. Chair, before you get the floor, let me remind the Ario of Chapter 108 of the Legislative Body of Evidence Act. Every person examined under this act who willfully gives false evidence shall be guilty of perjury. I did this primarily to remind you of your obligation to provide the Public Accounts Committee with factual evidence. If you're not in a position at the point in time when the question is posed to provide committee with such information, time will be afforded to you to make those information available. If you're not in a position to provide us, then don't. We don't need any assumption or opinions given to this committee. Facts only. It can be substantiated. Member Maipo.
Thank you, sir. Sir, before we, just for my edification here, how many programs are in this region?
5 programs.
That's administration, education, agriculture, public works, and health delivery.
Yes.
And all the persons who are here with you are your program managers.
Yes, they are.
So the chief accountant is the head of program 1.
Yes, she is.
There is no deputy regional executive officer there.
There is.
So he's not the program manager?
No, sir.
Is that an administrative thing or a policy? Because I'm trying to seek some guidance as to the program managers and how they fall, because in all other regions, and I think that is statutory, the deputy regional executive officer is the program manager of program 1. Can you provide us with some guidance?
Are you?
Yes, sir. Can I have the question back again, please?
Statutorily speaking, all other regions follow that principle, which is the program manager of program 1 is the deputy regional executive officer, who is really the second in command. The engineer, the regional engineer, will head the public works program. The regional education officer will head the education program. The regional health officer will head the health program. And your regional agricultural officer will head your agriculture program. You indicated to us that everybody who you have here are your program managers. And you said that your chief accountant is your program 1 manager. And I'm asking, why is the regional executive, deputy regional executive officer, not the program manager for program 1?
Are you?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't be able to give that answer presently at the moment. I can always wait over.
No, I don't understand that comment. You are in charge of the region as the principal accounting officers, and all of your program heads are here. And administratively,
But technically, all of them are not here.
Well, in that regard, yes. So you need to provide the Public Accounts Committee with a rationale. Why is it that this statutory position is not being filled or operated by the designated individual? Are you?
Sir, at this moment, the program one is being headed by my chief accountant, and before that, the program one was headed by the PAS Finance, who was retired a few months ago.
But that does not answer the question. You have a deputy regional executive officer that is employed by your agency. As seen in budget estimates and by knowledge of the public service system, the Deputy Regional Executive Officer of all regions is the head of Program 1, Regional Administration and Finance. That officer overlooks Program 1 and gives the recommendation or gives the clarification to the head of the budget agency, who is the Regional Executive Officer in this case. Whichever program is your Program 2, if it's agriculture, it's headed by a Regional Agricultural Officer. Your education program is headed by your regional education officer. Your health program is headed by your regional health officer. And which one of this? Your engineering department or your public works program is headed by your regional engineer. If you have a deputy regional executive officer, and that person is not heading your program 1, there has to be a reason. And the state may be paying somebody for a duty that they're not performing. And somebody else was taking that responsibility. So if anything is to go wrong, you are saying to us at Public Accounts Committee that your chief accountant will be held responsible for performing for things that may happen that is supposed to fall under the remit of a DREO. Is the chief accountant paid the same salary as the DREO?
No, sir.
Is the chief accountant benefiting the same as the DREO?
No, sir.
So why do we have the chief accountant heading a program that the DREO is being paid for?
So what function does the DREO carries out if someone else is carrying out their responsibility?
The DREO oversees the personnel department as well as the administrative issues within the region.
So why he's not here?
He oversees the stores also?
Yes.
But part of the findings of the Auditor General has to do with stores regulations also. The DREO by policy, and I'm not sure if I can say by law, perhaps our technical officer can guide us. But the DREO is responsible for Program 1, Regional Administration and Finance, and has to oversee the functioning of the Regional Accounting Unit. Can I ask our technical advisors for some advice on that? Accountant General, please.
Yes, Chair. That's my answer is yes.
I am correct.
Correct.
So clearly we have already, sir, with your permission, unearthed something that is very, very unfortunate with this agency. You have a deputy regional executive officer employed, paid, and benefited from taxpayers, but is not allowed to function.
Can we have the FS come in here and lend some guidance to the REO with respect to the role of the deputy REO? FS, because you would have given circulars in respect to the responsibilities of these respective program heads. So, FS, apparently FS has left the building. Oh, FS?
No, Chair, I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if, yes, Chair, those roles and responsibilities are better determined by the local government ministry and the commission. I have direct control over the right, who will receive an instrument from me. So I don't think I have any major role to play with playing this particular issue.
All right, Chair, I am saying, FS,
Mr. Chairman, ask for clarification.
the AG, sir, Chairman, the AG provided us with that guidance indicating that I was correct in what I said. But further to that, there are established, roles and responsibilities for the Deputy Regional Executive Officer, which is an established position on the pensionable establishment from the Public Service Commission. And the region has a Deputy Regional Executive Officer. And one of the roles and responsibilities include to administer or oversee Program 1, Regional Administration and Finance. And he or she holds that responsibility to manage the regional accounting unit. The REO is saying to us, the accounting officer current, is saying to us that his program manager is an officer that is below that person, who does not enjoy the same salary of that person, who does not enjoy the same benefits as that person. Something is fundamentally wrong there.
REO, can you provide the PSC with a rationale for why the DREO is not heading Program 1? Because he was employed by the government for that purpose. So you took it up on your own accord to deny the statutorily employed employee with this responsibility not to do his carry out or execute his duties and his responsibilities. What's the rationale in that?
The finance is being the finance part of Program 1 is being done by the chief accountant. The administrative roles are being carried out by the DREO.
Chairman,
what causes you to separate the responsibilities of
Mr. Chair, can I add something there though?
Established.
Yes, Member Patterson.
I'm waiting in line too.
With the chief accountant, is that going to be a
Okay,
wrong?
ask Madam Tashir. She was waiting in line. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't recognize Your Honor. Madam Tashir, followed by Member Patterson.
Yeah, I just want clarification, Mr. Chairman. I understand where Mr. Mayapal is trying to go, but I'm not sure what this relates to the PAC and the audit report. We have had many regions come before us, both for 2016 and we're dealing with 2017-18. I've never heard this line of questioning before. We've never asked about the role of the DREO or whether the DREO is present or not. So I'm trying to figure out where we are in the Auditor General's report. Could I please be guided?
Chair, my first objection to that is that this is not the first time I'm asking as it relates to program managers if they're here with their REOs. Because we found before in a previous region where the REO was claiming that he doesn't know or she doesn't know. I can't remember which one was the REO. And we asked if you have your program managers with you.
Region 5.
Region 5. Yes, Region 5. We asked her if she has a program manager, and she spelled out all 5 program manager, where she indicated that her chief accountant was ill. And that person, the man, because there was no deputy REO, the deputy REO was here, Mr. Wellington. And he said that the chief accountant was there at the time, not him. When he assumed duty, then is when he took his responsibilities. The rationale is not going somewhere. It is about us at the level of the PAC ensuring that we have proper accountability. We follow the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the Procurement Act, the Stores Regulation. We have a situation where an individual was employed for a specific purpose, and that role and responsibility of that particular individual is being blocked and facilitated by a lower rank in the system. So if a speculation or an assumption is made that this region seems to be tolerating collusion for whatever purpose, and one
point of order, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Maibol is using loaded words. He's using loaded words. You guided me on this issue before. I think Maibol is using loaded words.
Record will not reflect collusion. Member Maibol, you proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one is forced to draw a conclusion that there seems to be a sinister motive at hand by and between the office of the regional executive officer and the chief accountant office by virtue of the
I will not entertain that line of reasoning.
But sir, I have to, the assumption is drawn on the basis that there is no clarity
No,
to the
I will
question.
not entertain that. Refrain from that and fashion your position differently.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, what I'm trying to get at is that we have an established position with roles and responsibility for a specific office. And if there is an officer, an accounting officer that is going to debar or cause an officer in his remit not to function, there must be a reason. Did the DREO commit an offense that is financially related, which is causing you to block him from performing his functions? Because he has to hold the responsibility for the
We'll ask the area to provide a reason or a rationale with respect to why.
He does not have that permission. The Public Service Commission has documented policies and guidelines and principles for people who hold responsibilities for the program. The REO does not have that power. He's not God unto himself. I'm sorry.
Mr. Siraj, you want the floor? But you're misleading the honorable REO.
You're misleading the REO.
Member Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm following this particular issue very keenly here. The Accountant General has said, the Accountant General has stated quite clearly that they are designated officers who are responsible for specific areas. I find the REO's response to the last thing to PAC. I don't know the word if it's quite rude, because he just simply keeps stating that the chief accountant is in charge of finance, even though the accountant general who's in charge of finance for the country is saying to us that is what is in place now is incorrect. The REO doesn't even offer to say something he will address. He just comes to PAC and says the chief accountant is in charge of the thing, and he seems to think that we in PAC, because he says that, because that's how he has organized or whatever reason his region, we supposed to be accepting that. I find that unacceptable for a response. I would have thought that the REO hearing, the accountant general hearing PAC, would have said and taken the opportunity to say this is a matter which he will address immediately or something like that, but he's not. So I don't know why we even considering the responses by him. He just keeps repeating that the chief accountant is in charge of accounts. When the accountant general has said that is not that's not the line, the person who statutorily should be in charge of accounts in that program head. You know, I find the response is very disrespectful, sir, to PAC and the technical advisors.
In light of the advice put forward by the Accountant General and the discourse of the Public Accounts Committee, the REO is advised to put the corrective measures in place and ensure that the Deputy REO be given his statutory mandate to execute his function at the RDC forthwith. Members, we have 27 paragraphs for region number 10 for the year 2017 and 29 paragraphs for the year 2018, region number 10. I put paragraphs 942 to 556 for 2017 and 1101 to 1120 for our consideration. The floor is open. Member Teixeira, you have the floor.
No, sorry, I had my hand up. I didn't take my hand up down from the last time. My apologies.
Okay. Ario, we would like this decision of the PSC when you would have written your correspondence to the DREO to be forwarded to this committee within a week's time.
Noted.
Sir, may I ask if the engineer that is present here is the engineer that oversaw the program during 2017 and 2018?
Are you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, also, I must add.
Go ahead, sir.
The engineer for 2017 is no longer in the region. Our engineer here is from 2018 onwards.
From January of 2018?
No. Can we have the exact date when this regional engineer resumed his responsibility? Because I know he was at the RDC for some time. So let us get the correct date. Because from my understanding, he was always in charge.
Comrade Chair, he was in the department from 2017, but not head of department until 2018.
Or resume, okay.
So he returned, sir, with your permission. So he returned to the region in 2017.
Yes.
What month of 2017?
April 2017.
And he served under the engineer who is no longer here.
Yes, sir.
But did he have specific, as an engineer, you would have specific, I know that there is the practice of you as an engineer, you were specifically dealing with this project, and then you bring your documentation to the regional engineer for verification or signature, and then it starts the process. Did he have specific responsibilities for specific projects?
I would like to ask.
No problem.
Comrade Chair.
Yes, sir. Okay, can I ask, sir, if Para 949 is one that he had specific responsibilities for of 2017?
No, I was not the engineer with responsibility for that.
What about Para 950?
Neither.
Sir, can I ask the REO if he can guide us as to how these overpayments were made? what caused them in terms of overpayment?
Are you?
Which line?
We're looking at para 949 and 950, but we could start with para 949 first.
Line for nine, I would ask, I would like indulgence of the chair to ask Miss Mary Stevens. She was the acting REO at the time.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ariel. As it relates to, Chair. Yes, as it relates to 949, the engineer's estimate at the time of with the project, when the auditors visited, works on the ground could not be seen as per contract. Hence, the overpayment was accounted for, and which the department, the RDC tried to get the contractor to have the sums be repaid, which to no avail. However, the contractor would have paid a small amount. And I must remind the House that in my tenure, it was from mid-August to mid-March. So
August of 2017 to March 2018.
Yes. So I would have thought because this was the report that was given, I would have expected that follow-up letters would have been sent so that the contractor could have repaid, it could have been at least finished by now.
Chairman, permit me to be a little bit more direct. The contract was signed on the 24th of August, 2017. So am I to understand that you signed this contract on behalf of the RDC and the contractor?
Yes, sir.
Now, this document that you signed, it does not have a start date. Were you aware of that?
Sir, to be honest, the time in the department, with just the three engineers, with just the three staff, I would say with one engineer.
That caused you to not see a start date?
No. I want to say something, but I will leave it. I will not say that. But I can't recall because it was so long, so I really can't remember. But
did you as the REO send letters to the contractor having recognized that he had failed to make these payments?
Wholly and solely, Mr. Chair, I would have depended on the Public Works Department. So sometimes being in a rush,
Expect the public Works Department to do what? Write the contract?
Well, no, not to write the contract, for guidance, because I was new to everything. And
when you say you were new, what does that mean? You are the DREO before you turned REO.
Yes.
So you're cognizant of these procedures.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying, because looking at the period, right? And
I don't understand your comment, madam.
Okay,
you
well,
you are the accounting officer that signed this contract.
Yes.
And from your earliest statement, you said you wondered why is it that no follow-up letter was given until it was revealed to you that you were the one who signed the contract. So the question is, why didn't you send up the very letters that you thought when you didn't know it was you? Why weren't letters sent out?
Letters were sent out.
By you?
Yes.
Do we have copies of those?
Well, I'm not sure but I know any contract that if for any reason have to be terminated or anything, yes, letters have to be sent out by me.
Sent out and letters being sent out is two different things.
Well, letters were.
So you did.
So you ought to have copies.
So you did write the contract. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Is there a record of such letter? Are you?
I have in my possession here letters from Mr. Oren Gordon and myself would have written the contractor. Mr. Gordon would have written in 2018. And I would have written when I would have written in
So when you resumed
2020
responsibilities, you would have recognized correspondence from Mr. Oren Gordon.
Yes, and I would have followed up.
Did you recognize any correspondence from the DR concerning this very contract?
No, sir.
Member Siraja.
Chairman, I wasn't finished when you interrupted.
My apologies. Proceed.
You're forgiven. So, yes, I was coming to the fact that this document doesn't have a start date, nor a completion date, and nor do we have a defects liability period. That could not be determined. The full contract sum was paid to the contractor, and the physical verification of the completed works, measurements, and calculations revealed that the sum of $80,000 was overpaid on carpentry and grill work. Now, the sum of money is not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is the process that caused the overpayment. And what we found in previous regions, as you would know, sir, is that there has been a reoccurrence of these overpayments, and it is something that we have to get rid of. So I would like the person who served as REO at the time to tell us what process led to this overpayment.
Based on the engineer's report, because the engineer would have been the technical personnel who would have actually brought the documentation to the REO so that payments could be made, because the REO would not go. Sometimes I would go out into the fields, but then not being a technical person, I would rely wholly and solely on the engineers.
So when did you know that these overpayments were made? When the Auditor General picked it up, and the Auditor General recognized that, well, you said in your response, well, I'm going to say the agency, not you. The agency indicated that the head of the budget agency explained that the contractor will be engaged to either complete the outstanding works or repay the full sum, which means that the works were not completed. Agree?
Yes.
But yet the full sum was paid. So when the region found out that this happened, were there any disciplinary measure that was taken for the engineer's misguidance? Because you would have found out that the works were not completed and that there was a sum that was overpaid. Do you just accept that and say that you will correct it and no disciplinary action is being taken for the officer that would have misguided you to cause you to answer to these kinds of findings?
I would have seen here letter attached, but there's none here. I'm not seeing any. Of course, the contractor would have been written to.
No, I understand the contractor was written to. What I'm saying is that your engineer misguided you. Are you accepting that?
Yes, I'm accepting.
And I'm saying that you know that the works were not completed, but final payment was made. Are you accepting that? And your response to the REO, to the accounting, to the Auditor General, is that we will seek to engage the contractor for him to complete the outstanding work or repay the sum overpaid. Now I'm asking, as the head of the program, knowing that you were misguided, knowing that you were asked to facilitate final payment from your subordinate, what disciplinary action was taken for what has occurred here?
Of course, the engineer was also, I really cannot recall if I did write the engineer, but I remember talking with him and letting him know, what the consequences could be. And if I'm not, I think subsequently the engineer would have resigned. But because the department basically with that particular engineer was kind of not too cooperative, and coming out of that, some of these overpayments were made because, as I said earlier, I depended wholly and solely on the engineers' guidance as it relates to payment.
So, Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, yeah.
can I ask what measure or what disciplinary measure is in place currently so as for in the region for us to not have a repeat of this degree of breaching procedure in terms of the REO, and what system are in place for disciplinary measures should it happen? Because I think we're seeing this overpayment thing too much.
Let us hear your response on the REO, please. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. At present, the guidelines that would have been in the Procurement Act are being followed. We have made sure that we pay for measured works when it comes to our contracts. The engineering department is very stringent in that. So all works that would have gone out, the payments would have the first payment, second payment, and so on. That would have been done based on measured works after being looked at by the engineer.
Does the engineer delegate responsibility for measured works to be done?
The Public Works Department, we have at least 4 to 5 persons there that would have they are officers dedicated to different departments, and they would have.
In regards to measured works,
yes.
Does the engineer, the regional engineer,
yes,
does he delegate this responsibility to members of the works department of which he's in charge?
I would ask with your permission for the engineer to Mr. Les Flores.
Mr. Les Flores, yes.
Yes, sir. We have different project officers responsible for the different programs. Not only that, but because of the workload at times, the Regional Democratic Council had engaged clerk of works. So we had on various occasions where the clerk of works did the evaluation or the measured works, and then that was forwarded to the engineer, and the engineer would then prepare the payments.
Are you aware that you are responsible for doing the measured works, preparing the report, and signing off on it, and not someone else to be tasked with that responsibility?
It is a department, and
no, sir. You are the head of the department, and it is your responsibility
to measure.
For measured works in the RDC. The engineer is the sole person who signs off on those projects. How can you sign off blindly and you're unaware of the actual measured works until overpayments happen and it is discovered by the
the audit office, then you're aware of that?
We have other technical officers in the department and the clerk of works that would have been hired by the Regional Democratic Councils. By the Regional Democratic Council are technical officers.
I think you're missing the point. As the regional engineer, you are the sole person responsible for assessing the measured works and signing off on it. It shouldn't be delegated to someone else. Are you aware, Ario and your staff, of the circular the FS would have sent, that their election of duties officers can be surcharged? Ario?
Yes, sir.
Including yourself?
Yes, sir.
And as the REO, as the principal accounting officer for all of the program heads who signs off on these final documents, we cannot have what we're hearing here, where the engineer of the department is delegating his responsibility, and then you are signing off on it, and you have no surety that the engineer who's responsible would have actually gone in the fields and assessed the work so that engineers contractors are paid for measured works. This is unacceptable. You have to put systems in place to ensure that this is not a reoccurrence, sir. The regional engineer is the lone person who should measure these works and sign off on it. No one else. He has to be your eyes on the ground and cannot delegate his responsibility because he is responsible and he can be surcharged. And if you allow such to happen under your watch, you too can be surcharged.
Yes, sir.
Member Siraj.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same paragraph, Mr. Chairman. I note here that this contract has to do with repairs and maintenance. That's 949 of 2017. Has to do with repairs and maintenance of the RDC building at Ichuni. Mr. Chairman, the engineer estimate is 1 million. The lowest of 9 bidders is 938. But then we have a variation of just about 40% of the engineer's estimate. That's a huge variation percentage-wise and would be over 40% of the contract sum. My question to the REO is that when was this variation made and how come it became necessary to vary the contract by such a wide margin of 40%?
Chair, with your permission, I will ask
Go ahead.
the somebody area.
Thank you, Ariel. Yes, this question of variation was a very sore point within the region. And it's unfortunate that the engineer who actually is responsible is not here. But I know their person, even their person here who would have been in the department, because 2016, if I may, two technical staff were sent along with 2 administrative staff were sent on administrative leave. So the department was lacking in the sense of getting work done and to satisfaction. So this was questioned, but because the work was necessary, hence it's regrettable again that the engineer responsible is not here, because the REO would sign payment based on the engineer's recommendation with the requisite documentations.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, is there any way we could know at what point in time during the execution of this contract was the variation made?
Mr. Chairman, when you have a chance, I'm waiting to come in with follow-up.
Upon the response of the RU, I'll let you.
Thank you.
I will not be able to answer that, Mr. Chairman, since I was not, I would have hoped to get the documents as it relates to the various projects. I was called, even though I would have seen the query 27, 2018 prior, but as it relates to, so I could have gotten the time so as to ask, well, where are these documentations so we can, that can substantiate what is being placed here.
Is the region in possession of the documentation?
Well, the region should be, but I will not.
The RU is here, you don't have to answer.
I am retired. I would have retired 2 years ago. Yes.
RU, is the region in possession of the documents?
Yes, sir.
Why did they make it available to the RU knowing that she's going to be part, the former RU, that she was going to be part of this committee meeting today? You cannot give her part of the information. You have to provide her with all of the information so that she can be aptly prepared coming before PSC.
Let me answer. RU, yes, did request of me to attend a meeting with him and members of the public works department like 2 Saturdays ago or 3 Saturdays ago. However, I was promised by a member of the public works department to get even the report. I did not get anything, so I was presented with this today, of which I was gathering. But
So you didn't go to the meeting?
Yeah, I went to the meeting.
And at the meeting, those documents weren't available?
No, I was promised. But I'm working with some things that I have. This is my old 2018 diary that I have here. So,
Chair.
Yes.
The information is within the administration. It can be provided to the PSC.
Within a week's time.
Yes, sir.
Member Jashira, you have the.
Yeah, thank you. I want to raise 2 things. One is that in the documents provided by the region, which was circulated to the committee, under paragraph 949, in relation to the same tender and contract that Mr. Siraj was asking about, it states in the document provided by the region that the contract was signed on 24th of August 2017, and although the start date, completion date, and defects liability period could not be determined from the documents examined, as of the 31st of December 2017, the full contract sum was paid to the contractor. So first of all, the window is very short, that the contract was signed in August 2017, and in a matter of months, not only was it paid, but there was a variation of $412,000 more. So that this was not a project that went on for a long time. August, September, October, November, December. It was basically the end of August it was signed. So that's one issue. I'm just going by the document produced by the region, which was circulated to us in the PAC. The question I want to ask is in regards to the one that worries me is 951, where there's an admission that the region didn't have a evaluation committee, and it appears it didn't have one 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. It says that there was no response from the NPTAB to the names submitted, and that they had 5 members that have left, and they had all in the committee a retired engineer and a mechanical supervisor who was doing the evaluations. Furthermore, sorry, that's the tender body. But in 951, it talks about no evaluation committee. And it's only according to the Auditor General's briefing notes that it's only in 2019 that the region has acquired evaluators. So I have to ask the question based on what the Auditor General says in his report, and as well what the region says in its report too, that there's appeared to be no evaluation committee evaluating contracts in Region 10 from what appears to be from 2012 to 2018. Is that correct, Auditor General? And could the region explain and FS explain what happened here? How do you evaluate contracts if you don't have a valuation committee? So
Evaluation committee.
in other words, Mr. Chairman, who evaluated this contract of paragraph 949, for instance?
Let me establish first if there was an evaluation committee. Or was there an evaluation committee?
No, Mr. Chair.
For which year?
The department. Well,
isn't it under the works committee evaluation personnel or officers are employed on the RDC?
No,
yes.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Yes, within the RDC, I can recall the persons would go out from the RDC, counselors. But basically, the reports will come from the department, the Public Works Department, not from the council.
The impression being put is that there were no evaluation committee.
Well, no, the Public Works Department
did evaluation.
Okay. Yes, sir.
But that isn't even so. I mean, let's go back to the Procurement Act, Mr. Chairman. The Procurement Act is, yes, there are ministerial tender boards, there are regional tender boards, but the NPTAB has to approve the members and the region puts forward so many people in it. But it has to be a body that is not independent, but not conflicted, not in a conflict issue. So that if you're public works people doing the evaluation, then they are involved with the actual work. They cannot do the evaluation. The evaluators have to come from a combination of people outside the system or unrelated to the system. So you could have an evaluator who is someone from the health sector and agriculture doing evaluation on another sector, but you try to keep some distance between the persons who are evaluators and the particular tender. So what I'm asking is, if there was no evaluation committee, who and how were the contracts being evaluated? It couldn't be RDC councillors. That's impossible. It could never be councillors.
Were there evaluators evaluating these contracts?
No.
They weren't?
No, Mr. Chairman.
You sure about that?
Yes, I can recall, yes, I did not say, well, the RDC councillors
no.
being evaluators, but they would go out with the department, members of the department, and check on the projects. And the officers would bring.
That's the works committee. That's understood. That's part of their job, but they can't do evaluation.
The question is, were there evaluators, independent evaluators, working on behalf of the RDC?
As it relates to the projects before the projects were given out?
Yes.
Tenders,
yes.
In relation to tenders.
Yes.
We're talking about tenders, Ario. Who were the evaluators that you had in 2017 and 18?
Well, I cannot remember, but I know we had like 7 and 4 or 3 of them.
Okay. Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, I cannot remember their names, but I know we had like 7 and 4 of them would have been always responding to given documents, and they would.
So they were evaluated.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, then, if that's so, Mr. Chairman, can the Auditor General say, page 417, paragraph 851, the region's response, which said, can the Auditor General say that when they did audit for 2017, 2018, Were they evaluators named by for the region?
AG?
There were no evaluators in place during 2017 or 2018. Evaluation was done by the regional tender board. They did all the work.
And is it so, Auditor General, that in the region's comments on that same paragraph was that they had a problem with tender board and that 5 had left because of meager sums for hard work, and there were only 2 members left of the tender board. Page 417, the region's response, that they had 7, 5 left the work and left 2 people alone to do the tender, to be the regional tender board. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chief.
So although you had a regional tender board, you only had 2 people on the regional tender board. That can't be legal.
That was not, sorry, that was, I cannot recall having 2 persons at any regional tender board meeting. That wasn't during my tenure.
But have you seen the Auditor General's report, Madam? It says the region's response. The head of budget agency indicated the regional tender board is unable to get reputable persons to accept nomination to a committee, which is paying such meager sums for hard work. The team is down to 2. A retired engineer and a mechanical supervisor are the current members. Initially, there were 5 members that have now left. That is the region's response to paragraph 951 regarding valuators and tender board.
Ma'am,
I don't know if you answered this, if you provided the answer to this, or whether someone else did in the region. Maybe the Auditor General can tell us who told him this.
Through the chair,
Right.
the 2017 PHE report would have been signed off by the 30th of September 2018. So we will have a copy of the signed document.
REO systems have been put in place to ensure that this doesn't be a reoccurrence.
In 2019, when Mr. Gordon became REO, he had we had 7 persons. When I took over in 2020, we had 8 persons on the evaluation committee.
How did these persons identified? How are these persons identified?
We have a civil engineer.
How are they identified? There's a procedure in how you identify, evaluate.
A list of persons would have been sent to MPTAB. These persons included a lecturer, accountant, an auditor, community development officer, a school teacher, business consultant, and a civil engineer.
MPTAB approved all 8?
Yes, sir.
And they're presently working with your administration.
I've so upgraded also. From the 8 for 2022, we have 14 persons.
How many?
14.
And MPTAB approve all of those names?
Yes, sir.
We have the correspondent from MPTAB in that regard.
I would hear, sir.
Make it available to the committee.
Will do. Okay.
Member Sirak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, you put from 942 to 956 for 2017.
Yes.
With your permission, I would like to ask a question in relation to 955 and juxtapose it to 949, the paragraph that we would have been reviewing just now, to say that here too, Mr. Chairman, 954, 955. I think it has to do with
That's 2017.
2017, yes, sorry. That there was a contract sum of 5.9 million. This contract was awarded to the lowest of 7 bidders, but then there was a variation of $2.5 million, $2.538 million. This is another huge variation of just about 45%. And my question to the RU is similar to 949. At what point in time during the course of the execution of this contract was this variation made?
The same thing for 955 and 56.
Are you?
Common Chair, with your permission.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The engineer for this project again would have been working with the contractor, and based on the works completed and more work should have been done on that particular road, the additional sum was brought through the engineer of the department, requesting as well from the contractor more monies to finish the work. And based on the engineer's request, it was approved.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the accounting office is in possession of information as it relates to the other bids, but in the case of 949, you had 9 bidders. The contract was awarded to the lowest of 9 bidders, but you had, like I said, a 40% variation. In this instance, you had 7 bidders, and the contract would have been awarded to the lowest of the 7 bidders. But here again, you have a 45% variation. And it seems as if a pattern is emerging here based on the reports from the Auditor General as it relates to variation and the awarding of contracts. And I'm citing 949 and 955, the paragraphs here. My follow-up question is that if the accounting officer is in possession of information as it relates to the other bidders for these two contracts. And by that I mean, Mr. Chairman, for clarification, the amount that the other bidders would have submitted in their tender. And yeah, that's for now.
Common Chair, with your permission, is it possible for us to address the subject of the variation first, or?
However, it wants to satisfy the members' questions.
Okay, so I'd ask the engineer to give an answer to that first.
In cases where we find these type of variation, as the honorable member would have mentioned, there seems to be a pattern. However, it reflects kind of negative on myself as an engineer. Now, these variations, particularly for this one here, the document stated clearly that the contractor was the lowest bidder. So in this case, I would assume that because of the savings, the engineer.
The lowest bidder. Was he the lowest responsive bidder?
I'm not addressing the issue of the tender process or the evaluation.
You brought into your response that it was the lowest bidder. So my question to you is, was he the lowest responsive bidder?
Sorry
because
about
that's how the contracts are to be awarded, to the lowest responsive bidder.
My bad, to the lowest of 7 responsive bidders.
Rephrase your comment, not my bad at this committee. This is a professional committee. So conduct yourself how you are expected to conduct yourself as a professional.
Sorry, sir.
He ought to know. Was it the most responsive bidder?
To the lowest of 7 responsive bidders.
So it was?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
So in this case, the variation would normally be to do additional works in cases of the increasing of the length of road. Because most times you find that as an engineer, if the fund that was allocated to that particular project may not be able to complete the complete length of the road. So when the project is awarded and there is a savings realized, well, then the savings would be used up as added variation to complete the entirety of the road.
But that's confusing. Very confusing. Because the contract is guided by an engineer's estimate. In order for the engineer to come up with it, their estimate, they have to go and ascertain possible prices for materials. So what you're saying is totally unacceptable. How do you come up with an estimate if you don't know prices?
The reality is, if the engineer, for some projects, in some cases, if the engineer estimate is, let's say 8 million, and sometimes the project would be allocated $6 million. And there's a reality that we live.
I don't understand this. What nonsense is this?
Sorry again.
Can the audit office, the engineer at the audit office, could you give some guidance to this regional engineer with respect to this particular issue?
Mr. Chair, listening to the regional engineer, I think what he's trying to explain is the budgetary allocation that they had for this particular road. Maybe when the bids came in, it came in less than that allocation. So in order to use up the total allocation in the budget, they would have issued the contractor with a variation and extend the length of the road, if I'm correct.
That's what he meant to say? That's what you meant to say?
Yes, sir. Mute your mic.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, please?
You find that hilarious, madam? Proceed.
Yes, I do. I can't believe it. I'm flabbergasted.
That's it.
So am I. Ask a question.
Yeah. Oh, me? Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, the 855, 856 looks as if it's related, as if they may be connected. But before I come back to 856, I just wanted to ask a question. How could payment be made in November 2017 prior to the date when the contract was signed on the 5th of December 2017. That cannot be an engineering issue. That has to be also an accounting issue. The REO needs to answer, how could one pay in full, it appears, on November 2017, prior to the contract being signed on December the 5th. And if it is that there was a variation in 956, could the engineer say who approved this variation? Was it done by NPTAB or was it done by the regional tender board? Because I know there's a limit for what projects must go to the tender board versus what goes to a regional tender board. So this project, when advertised, I assume, and the bid was open, went to the tender board, national tender board. So in a variation, does the engineer or the region have the approval of the national tender board to have a variation of the cost of the contract?
Ario?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, all variations would have had to go to the tender board, but I don't see the document here, so I don't know if current REO has it in its possession, but all variations, whatever, with any projects, the variation.
No, I'm asking whether it's the regional tender board or the national tender board. Because the engineer's estimate at 956 was 11 million, but the bid came in at 8.593 million. So was this a project that had the approval of the national tender board, or was it the regional tender board? And my first question is that how could a contract be signed a month after the payment was issued? And who did that? How did that happen?
It was a regional tender approved.
But what is the limit for a regional tender board?
14 million.
14 million.
Yes.
14.
Not in 2017.
What?
Not in 2017.
From 2016, madam.
As I know,
so
I'm
it
certain
was
it was
from
a regional
2017 as well.
It was a regional tender.
Yeah,
I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting it's a regional tender board, but this is a regional tender board made up of 2 people. So you didn't have a regional tender board, functioning tender board, which approved a contract of 8.593 and then approved a variation, which was not a tender board. This was 2 people who do not comprise a tender board. So that's one violation of the Procurement Act. And the second violation is the fact that a contractor was paid a month before his contract was even signed. Who did that?
Well, we need clarification if it was indeed 2 people on this tender. Was it tender board a composition of only 2 persons?
I would like to have documents to prove that's not.
But the REO.
But Mr. Chairman, I already said to the REO that it's in the Auditor General's report stated by the region. So if it's not true, the region has to prove it's not true, not us. The region in the Auditor General report says that it was 2.
So, Chair.
Madam Chair, I am confused because if that there wasn't a tender board or there were only 2 members of the tender board and the 2 members that you are alluding to were 2 evaluators, then where was the REO? Because the REO is the secretary to the tender board.
That's what I'm asking. Who approved this?
That's why I'm asking the REO.
No, but RTB cannot be comprised of 2 people and the chairman being the REO.
I agree. So let us have greater clarity, and the REO is in the best position to say to us.
I can audit
Oh, can I allow the AG to come in here?
Chair.
1 second, FF.
Mr. Chair, in respect of that paragraph, what they were saying in a response is the evaluation committee could not get members. We didn't say that the board did not have only had 2 members.
So, Madam.
Who didn't say that? The Auditor General didn't say that. In 951, the Auditor General quotes the region's response. The region response says 5 have left and left 2 in place in regards to the regional tender board. So 2017 Auditor General report on page at 951 paragraph. But it's the region's response, not the Auditor General's response. So that's why I asked the follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, that in 956, where there's a variation approved, I asked who approved it. It said the regional tender board, but the regional tender board was not properly constituted. And so there's a question there, that's a breach. And I'm still waiting for the answer of how a contract could be paid for a month before it was signed, and who did that?
Can we allow the AG to come out and respond?
I'm looking at the region's response here, and it said the head of the budget agency indicated that the regional tender board is unable to get reputable persons to accept.
I read that already, Finance. I read all of that to the committee half an hour ago. You don't have to read it again. I read it.
Mr. Chair, for your protection, sir, from Mr. Shiro.
Why not repeat it? I read it to the committee already.
I was not asking Mr. Shiro a question.
Make a comment. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I think the audit office already gave clarity to this, and they were not saying that they only had 2 persons to the regional tender board, but they were referring to a committee. No, the audit office is not there. The audit office is saying that it is the evaluation committee. My gosh.
Anyway, therefore, the Auditor General made a mistake when they put the region's response in the Auditor General's report.
No, Madam Teixeira.
Can we get back to my question? How did a company get paid a month in advance before they signed the contract?
Now we will answer that part of your question.
I'm waiting for the answer to both my questions.
Aria, the latter part of Madam Teixeira's question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm seeing this, but I would like to see exactly, I would like to see the documents for this particular project, because how can the payment be made? Is there, maybe I'd like to, because it's not adding up.
But weren't you the one who signed off on the payments?
Yes, but then
so you sign off on
the contract, the full contract sum was paid to the contractor, right?
Yes, we're aware. But why?
It had to be, well, that is why I had to see an engineer's report. I would
ask the Auditor General, they wrote it.
I will not sign unless I see something from the engineer.
Aria, why they made these documents available to the former Aria, knowing that she's coming before the committee? Aria?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask the Auditor General to bring his documents to show how he wrote that paragraph? That paragraph is straight from the Auditor General's report. Could he say how he came to that conclusion?
Documents. Hold on, Madam Teixeira.
Did you provide the former RU with the documents to help her prep for this meeting, RU?
The engineer would have had that should have the documents there.
No. AG?
Mr. Chair, for this particular contract, the contract was signed on the 4th of December 2017. The final payment was processed and approved on the 5th of December 2017. And the final inspection certificate by the Works Committee was dated the 10th of November 2017.
In light of that revelation, RU, and you being the one who signed up, sign it on the 4th and you sign out the 4th payments on the 5th. What's the rationale for that? I don't understand this callous approach to how we man the affairs of the region.
I think, I have excuse me, yeah?
Yes, you have the
Thank you. I have a document in front of me here. And I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 signatures here. None of it is mine. It has the formal RU signature.
That's for what year?
It's 2017. And it was signed on the 5th, the 29th of May. And the former
that's the information the audit office just
left in August.
We are referencing the information the audit office just provided in relation to the question Madam Teixeira asked. Could you repeat the information you just provided so that the RU could be guided in our response?
It's not the same project. Yes.
We are not guided by what the region has. The region document seems to be all about the place. Can the auditor office provide guidance to this particular paragraph?
Mr. Chair, we are referencing the final payment voucher, which we would have used to do our inspections and measurements. And that document, as the contract was signed on the 4th of December 2017, the final payment was approved on the 5th of December 2017. And the Works Committee certificate, the final inspection certificate, is dated the 10th of November 2017.
Do you have the information concerning who was the accounting officer at the time?
We have the signature on the document.
What's the name of the individual?
For Regional Executive Officer, Region 10, it's M. Stevens.
Ms. Stevens.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I think there's some mix up with the date.
Mix up with what?
The date.
You say the audit office was furnished wrong information?
No.
So you were saying it was a mix up?
Because.
How is it was a mix up?
Okay, because I'm seeing one for the 5th, the 29th of May.
Okay, but
right.
Can we deal with the one that is?
Well, that's what we're trying to get.
No. We're not dealing with what the region is giving you. We're dealing with this particular aspect of the question that was posed, where the audit office provided us with information. And in that information, you are the accounting officer who signed off.
Yes, I'm not.
So good. I know you're not disputing it. So what we want is a rationale. But how is it possible that you can sign a contract on the 4th and then pay off all of this money on the 5th?
And the verification of works was done on the 10th of November 2017.
Well,
I forgot that part.
This particular contractor was, works very fast, and I think because of the weather. It has here started on the 5th.
You want us to accept what you just said?
The 5th, and
Madam Ario, you want this committee to accept what you just said?
No. I'm just reading from here, but I'm listening to that.
I'm less concerned what you're reading. I'm more concerned what you're telling this committee, that this particular contractor works fast.
No, it could not have been one day.
Madam Stevens. Madam Stevens.
Sure. I've been when it is
One
possible.
second. I noticed your hand up, Mr. FS, and I will give you the floor in a moment's time. But I really am stunned and I'm astonished by this response that the contractor works fast and he was signed a contract on the 4th and gets complete payment on the 5th and the work wasn't even evaluated.
Mr. Chairman, this had to be a date problem because
it had to be what?
A date problem.
A what?
Date problem.
A date problem.
Yes. Yes, it had to be a date problem because
how is that possible?
Chair, could I ask the question whether it is the first time that the former RO is seeing the Auditor General report comment?
Go ahead. Are you before the audit office finalize the information to put in the audit report, they send you a copy for you to say yes, I agree, or no, and you have time to state your objection. And this report was sent to you, and you didn't object. So you cannot come now after to say that the audit office erred with respect to putting a wrong date. We will not encourage that type of position to be put to the audit office of Guyana. This is totally unacceptable. I don't know how to move on. Members?
Chair, if I may, right?
Pasha, go ahead.
Based on everything that was said earlier, I think we have sufficient justification for going deeper into these issues to find out what really happened. Because at this region, you had no tender board, as Minister Gail Teixeira pointed out. Because to have a constituted board, you need at least 2 persons.
That is inaccurate.
FS, Madam Teixeira and yourself has been inaccurate with that particular position. Was
in terms of a regional tender board, let me just point you to the action. So, Chair, just bear me out.
Go ahead.
Section 19, subsection 7 speaks to the quorum of a tender board, and it is saying that it should be 3 members, including the chairperson. So you cannot have a tender board unless you have at least 3 persons, one of which should be the chairperson, right? In this region, this is section 19, subsection 7 of the Procurement Act.
FS, no one is repeating what you're saying, but
what I'm trying to, what I'm saying, Chair, right, is that based on everything, you don't have an evaluation committee, and again, section 21 speak to how an evaluation committee should be constituted, and then you have these strange transactions where payments are made before contracts are signed, and works and before works are even evaluated. I'm saying, Chair, that we have sufficient grounds here to do a much more in-depth investigation, right? Because when you listen to the responses, right, it is sounding comical. It is sounding comical, and we don't want to disrespect our taxpayers by by entertaining them with information that don't make any sense. So my suggestion, Chair, is that we take a deeper look into these transactions, because they're definitely not lawful, right? These transactions were not executed in any lawful manner, and then they don't make any sense, right, Chair? So that is my recommendation, that we take a deeper look, because I mean, it is scary what I'm hearing at this meeting. So that's my contribution, Chair.
I support the FS on this request. We need to dig deeper.
So, in light of this very damning revelation and the views articulated by several members, inclusive of one of our principal advisors, the FS, I put to the committee that this agency properly go and prepare themselves so that they can adequately respect this committee by providing us with responsible comments to questions members may have. In this regard, I would like to bring this session to an end with this particular agency, and the committee will make a determination when they will make another appearance, when we believe they are ready. And I trust that the Accountant General and the Office of the FS will provide the much needed assistance in helping this agency be prepared to make a responsible appearance towards this committee. Ari, I want to thank you and your team for sojourning to this committee to make an appearance, but we are not satisfied. And in that regard, we would like to ask you to diligently put efforts in place to be properly prepared to make another appearance. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, for the former REOs to get access to documents.
Yes.
So request the documents also, whatever they need.
And I'm guided by the advice that REOU make all the necessary efforts to ensure that the former REOs, the REOs, are furnished with all of the information that is required to help them prepare as well to make another appearance towards this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and I trust before you send the REO away that the correct and legitimate program manager for Program 1 will be in our presence at the next appearance.
Yes, that decision was already made, and the area has to furnish this committee with a correspondence to that effect in 1 week's time. Thank you, members, for making an appearance.